How's the mic going? Does the mic work, my friends? Mic working all right? Going to try something really unusual today. Blending music and sound. It's a miracle. Never done that before. Okay. Everything sound good so far? Good. Let's get started then, shall we? Let's switch gears a little bit. There we go. Oh, Super Chat came in. Oh, wonderful.
Jeffrey Pyatt Super Chatted $1.
Thank you so much. Oh, that was it. I thought there was a message attached to him. Sorry. Thank you, Jeffrey. It's so fantastic. Oh my goodness. What a day. Huh? We also have a couple of Super Chats from 4 as well. I want to read out real quick. Cloud Parade, member for 6 months. I'll miss stream tonight. I got a date. Have fun. Well, congratulations. Good luck on your date. Hope it goes well. And Andrea's Warble CH, I guess, chapter. Kudos to KinoFlex for at least being open to a discussion, unlike Smudboy. Yeah, 100%, right? I will say this. I'm glad he was up, and I'm glad that... I mean, Litdev was challenged too. He just chose not to do it, you know? He elected not to come on a debate. And that's fine. We'll discuss with Kino. We'll see how this goes. There's a few housekeeping things that I've discussed. I'm not going to go into too much detail about. But I do think it's going to be important to prepare for the debate. The debate itself will not happen until a little bit longer. Kino told me ahead of time he will have a certain time to meet on his end, which gives us time to discuss a few things, discuss a few fun topics, and go over some housekeeping as well, just in general. Ah, yes, the baby fund is fueled further. I love it.
Hermie the Frog Super Chatted $1.99. Baby fund.
Baby fund indeed. Thank you so much. And it's been it has been a week. It has been an exhausting couple of days. I'll say that right now. But things are looking up. We do have people our mods in chat are here to moderate to make sure things don't get too out of control. any of Kino's audience or any, previous affiliates audience trying to start something funny. Yeah, no. So I guess we'll get the elephant out of the room right now. Sai is not involved with this channel. Hasn't been for a little while, but now we've pretty much burned that bridge entirely. You can see my conversation piece about that for more details, but suffice to say, yeah, whole messy situation she got herself into. And I don't want nothing to do with that. Okay, but on more fun notes, though, because I really don't want to talk about that all that much, because it's exhausting. Yeah, no, I'm not going to go into too much detail on it. I'm just tired of it. I want to bring one thing real quick here. I think we can flip this. Look better? Yeah, let's do that. I know, it's confusing. I know, we flipped all around. Ah, yes, this is what I want to talk about more.
Cassie Hoge super chatted 95 cents. Before we start, I love the fan art situation you have going on in the opening screen. I need one that is Timmy's dad, but instead of Bendis, is Paul.
I would love that, yeah. The Bendis one is in response to all the drama that went down with my Riri Williams video, but Paul especially. Paul needs to have his own little, needs his own fan art. If anyone wants to draw me, like, attacking Paul from Spider-Man, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, no. I don't want to deal with any drama right now, but I do want to discuss some plans I have moving forward. One big one was something we came up with on the spot moments earlier. We are thinking about doing another massive charity stream coming up. Hopefully within the next few months. I'll drop my son off at my parents to watch him for the day, and we'll raise money for something, probably around the holidays, to raise some funds for children in need. Hopefully get a bunch of guests. We're going to start asking people who would be up to joining us on this. It will not be a video game charity stream. I'm thinking more of a chaotic variety show. And for better or worse, yes, I do in fact have a son. I have reproduced. It's a miracle. Yep, I do. I into a coffee I grabbed real fast. It's French vanilla. It's pretty good. So, a few things we want to talk about. What we're going to do for the stream? Well, sorry.
DW super chatted $5. Gun to your head, who would you rather collab with, Jar or Lily?
Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. I feel like Jar would be more flexible. That's my only reasoning. I feel like of the two, Jar is the one who would bend to what I want more, whereas Lily would argue all the time. So I go with Jar. But that is a tough one. That's like a real death is not an option question there. So let's go. So who's going to be on this big charity stream? Well, I haven't decided yet. I haven't asked anyone yet. I'm probably going to ask a lot of the same people I asked for the previous charity stream. And I've gotten in contact with more creators since then. So, and more familiar with. I've chatted with more people. I'm hoping that I can maybe bring some more people and it'll be really cool. Who knows? It'll be neat. It'll be fun. And hopefully it'll be a good holiday theme and we can have a little more variety as to what we do. Every guest will have to do something for your entertainment. It'll be less game focused and more conversation variety hour focused. So it works out. It'll be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun. Who knows? Now, I am trying to kill a little bit of time before we get into KinoFlex. So I want to introduce you, the audience, to KinoFlex and see basically what we're dealing with today and what the topic is going to be. Now, KinoFlex is a guy on the internet, as kids will say. His channel, I'm going to move away. I was watching Inuyasha clips before, so don't judge me too much for the cringe. So by the way, KinoFlex, you really need to upload a bigger PNG of your icon. Because for the thumbnail of this stream, it was such a pain looking for the exact frickin' design choice of yours, whatever it was. I did find like a washed out, glitchy looking piece of art from online, and stretch it out beyond measure. Oh yeah.
Adrian Parkman super chatted $9.99. So you AD KinoFlex and Anthony are reacting KinoFlex, Anthony, Literature Devil, Anthony, Literature Devil.
Yes.
And I see you have it yourself as Phoenix Wright, yet you never use it, angry.
Yeah, so, cool, KinoFlex. Yeah, KinoFlex. Next time send a PNG. That would really have helped me a lot with the thumbnail, man. No, actually, what's funny is the PNG, the Phoenix Wright art actually comes... I didn't draw it. Let me actually turn the music off, because I think I've done enough with this the soundtrack here. So, the art you're describing, the Phoenix Wright, that comes from Manga Common. He drew that for our debate previously. Now, I'm hoping it'll be kind of like the Manga Common debate, because that, I feel, was immensely productive. I'm hoping that we can really see eye to eye on a few things and move forward on a lot of topics, because I feel like the problem I have increasingly with the internet, and I've noticed this with the Literature Devil response too, people just don't frickin' talk, People, we're so eager to win. We're so eager to beat someone at a topic that we don't even bother engaging with each other. We don't bother engaging with ideas. And I think that keeps us from really seeing eye to eye on a lot of topics. Ooh, what's going on there? Cool.
Gabe the GM super chatted $6.59. Hi Ant, thanks for liking the pics of Ziggy I sent you earlier. Wishing you nothing but the best in these very frustrating times.
Yes, thank you so much. Ziggy, Gabe's an incredible cat. Sent me some cat photos to kind of raise my spirits a little bit after all the stressful week we've had so far. But not stressful. Well, I don't want to say stressful. Exhausting is the right word for it. But yeah, 100%. Kino is a male, I believe. So Kino has had some, I would say it's fair to say controversial videos in some circles of the internet, as I've had some controversial videos. We're obviously on different sides of the discussion point here. He did, he has a stream, he has a mirror of our stream here going on here. Well, mirror, he has his own perspective going on here. We'll be doing that later. He's more in, I guess, SK circle, would that be fair to say? And SK, who I actually hopped on one of their streams, one of his streams on this past Saturday, actually, very briefly, where he had a debate with a certain common troll in our conversations. There's a good one. Oh, it's formerly SK Circle. I see. Thank you.
Cheyenne Ferguson super chatted $5. Hey Ant, did you see the new Predator movie Emo? It's really good, but I've seen a lot of Gritfers saying it bad. What your thoughts on it?
Yes. Oh, I would love to talk Predator. Predator Badlands, I'd love to. Kino, you're getting a stream set up. While you're doing that, let's talk about Predator Badlands, because this movie's fantastic. Predator Badlands is great. I love Predator Badlands. Predator Badlands, I think, was one of the best recent Predator films I've seen in a while. First off, I love the fact that there's no humans in the entire movie. It's just robots and aliens. I love that. People were comparing it to like Genndy Tartakovsky a little bit, where it's like that kind of very visual language of storytelling, more basic shapes on screen that kind of communicate meaning and size and scale, that kind of communicates a feeling. I thought that was fantastic. I like how I love the theme of found family in it, and it's from things you wouldn't expect to be a found family story. A great set payoff movie. Everything that is set up throughout everything you see pays off in the conclusion, even if it's like a minor like alien in the background. It's also, I think, the best Monster Hunter film for that reason, because, not to get into too many spoilers, but there is a moment, at least later on, where the Predator deck kind of draws it from the environment.
Sam last name super chatted $4.99. Time for a serious question that depend on the fate of the world. Do you ship Kay and Yuri from Dirty Pair? Rolling on the floor laughing. Yeah. Easily. Yeah.
Not even a question. Yeah. Dirty Pair is fantastic. I'm gonna do a video on Dirty Pair soon. I know some of you like hearing that are either cringing or excited. I'm not sure which, but I'm excited to do some Dirty Pair watching at some point and video editing on. Anyway, so KinoFlex did a video on my reaction to Literature Devil's reaction to my reaction to the other videos. And I had a while ago swore off ever doing another reactception after the Shadiversity thing. So I went like, okay, you know what? No, we're not doing this. I'm going to just get you on like a call. We're going to talk about it because I can't stand, because I know there's some value in discussing the feedback and discussing the topics discussed. I feel personally like I'm right, but again, I want to get the headspace here. I feel like this is something that can go into like easily needlessly aggressive territory when we can just discuss it outright like normal people talking about like, you know, videos and movies and stuff. Yeah, no, the Shadiversity. And by the way, I am also still planning on doing a video on Shadow the Conqueror, probably for December at some point. I haven't started reading the book yet because I plan on taking a little bit of time off the day job. I'm just going to devote like a bunch of hours to reading it because it's a slog to read through. In my opinion, I've read through it once. I'm going to have to read it again. I'm not up for this, but part of me is tempted to use the audiobook and just get like sound clips from it and just like plug that into the video itself so I don't have to read it myself. But I also fear that will drive me into absolute madness. And I'm also thinking about dragging Krim into like doing art for it to like depict what happens visually. So I don't know. We'll see.
Baichi Apiadera super chatted $5. Predator Badlands shows how to be a Beastmaster Ranger in D&D.
Yes!
However, Beastmaster Ranger is not that good. I am upset.
There's a lot of classes in D&D that I feel like anything Ranger in D&D is not going to be great, in my opinion. I think Ranger is the worst class in D&D. There's another thing too I wanted to do at some point. I want to do, maybe I could do like a big long stream for like a D&D or Pathfinder campaign. That'd be fun. So I don't know who I'd drag in. Unfortunately, I probably couldn't ask someone like, cause I'm going through the list of people I can ask for guests who I've worked with in the past. I've dragged on the videos or whatever. Like some people, it's like, you know, you just can't get them on the right time. Okay, whatever. One person I think would be impossible would be, if I can get Red from OSP to join again, that would be great. But she is physically impossible to get anywhere because she's traveling constantly. Like you have to like plan a month in advance to get, 5 minutes with her. She's that busy. It's chaotic. But there's other people I can ask for sure. It's good coffee. Daggerheart I have not tried yet. I would like someone else to DM a Daggerheart campaign for me. Yeah, Resin 2 actual Let's Plays. One just wrapped up, actually.
Super chatted $2. I'd be up for D&D, but Ranger is my face class.
Ah, fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think Red was in Joe Cat's Let's D&D campaign. By the way, I've been listening to that while feeding my son, which is a lot of fun. Anyway, so yeah. D&D is great. I love D&D. And actually my next video, I think I can show this off. Yeah, I think I can show off the video. I am going to do a little bit more re-editing to it because I was just talking to Artis, and she was talking to me about a certain topic about this, and she gave me some ideas that I want to, or they gave me some ideas I want to like incorporate. But here's one of Krim's thumbnails. This is going to be Friday's video. It was supposed to be a bonus video about 2 weeks ago, but it expanded into telling, as they say. And this is going to be a topic about mainly examining the tropes of racism, both in terms of in fantasy, but also what we bring to it. You know, what we as readers and what we as creatives bring to fantasy from our own world. And you may notice a certain face here in the corner, on the bottom left. That may be coming up in topic. If you figure out who this person is, you get a prize. Yeah, no, there's some. This video went on for a bit, and when I was talking with Ortiz, I may add some more stuff in there, so it's gonna be fun. Yeah, no. The Freywin fanatics are gonna be at my neck the whole time, but it's gonna be fun. Yep. So we got some stuff going on there. It'll be fun. It'll be very exhausting. I'm sure it'll be one of those topics that will drive people up the wall. But what are we if not controversial? When have I ever not courted controversy on this channel? Yeah, wizards are pretty great, not gonna lie. Yeah, no, I think this video will go over better than some because I try to take a middle ground approach, but I want to examine all the different sides of the discussion, but again, we'll see. Especially lately with the Freywin fans. Some of these guys are nuts. I was seeing well, we'll get to it later. You'll see. And this video is like over an hour and a half. It goes into it a lot. It's not just going to be a shallow, the orcs in D&D are racist kind of video. No, it's going to go into like more of Tolkien's writing, Tolkien's perspectives. In fact, the first half hour is just going through like Tolkien's essays and articles about Tolkien's elves and kind of deconstructing it. So there's going to be a lot going on. Am I shit-talking Freywin? No. This will not be shit-talking Freywin. I will be shit-talking Freywin's fans, though. At least some of them. A very specific minority. But Freywin's a great series. I think it's fantastic. Tolkien fatigue. Need more unique fantasies and races. I think we should have more like in Final Fantasy, like tactics. The rabbit people. That'd be fun. I'd like that. I think you have it fun. You have more. But Marcel appears. Marcel is going to be important. I even mentioned plus-sized elf in it because, of course. Am I getting a new artist? No, I will not be getting a new artist. Because, as I mentioned before, Sai has not worked on any art for my channel since April. It's been Krim. Krim has done most of the art you've seen on the channel recently. And in fact, I was already going to ask Krim before all this to design a new header for my channel a new banner for my channel because I wanted to make sure it matched the in-house style we've developed together with my thumbnails as of late. Yeah, so all hail Krim when you get the chance. Hail that little demon boy. Yeah, no. And Krim was giving me crap at this thumbnail, too. He was like saying, oh, damn, I can't imitate Krim's voice. I'm not going to try. My voice is not the right Canadian style. He was like, oh, no, it's going to be... Yeah, the colors don't pop, and that PNG is too blurry. I'm like, I tried, man.
Baichi Piadera super chatted $2. Ant confirmed. Loves Vieira and McQuote.
Yeah, we go.
Sam last name super chatted $1.99. Who would win? Freddy Krueger or Makima?
Makima. Not even a question. Sorry. Krim's art is fantastic. Krim is very effective, and what he really has a good sense of is balance of the thumbnail too. Because, sometimes with like really good complex art, you can get a lot of detail on the thing, but it doesn't always... When you reduce the thumbnail to like this size on a page, it doesn't always look right. Sometimes too much detail can actually be a hamper to a thumbnail. You need the sharp colors, you need the contrast. That and Krim really is good with contrast. There's been a few times where Krim's sent in a thumbnail, I'm like, and I think looking at it going, this is fantastic. It was not what I asked for, but it was more than what I asked for and better because he has a better sense of color, better sense of all that.
Cassie Hoge super chatted 38 cents. Krim putting you into situations as per usual.
Indeed. Tell that to Korean manhwa artists. Yeah, no, right? Exactly. Anyway, so KinoFlex. KinoFlex is has done a lot of videos. He did a lot of videos on the Birdman, friend of the channel, the Birdman. And I know I don't know if the Birdman has responded to KinoFlex at all, but I do know he had some disagreements about the videos. I did too. I didn't agree with Kino on his Birdman takes all that much. In fact, I don't really agree with Kino on a lot of things, which is going to be where I think the debate's going to be most interesting. Now, one thing I do want to discuss, let me bring the book out real quick. So, one book that we've talked about a lot on this channel recently is Save the Cat. Let me get Save the Cat. It's over here somewhere. Where did I put Save the Cat? It would have helped if I took the books out before coming here. No, go away, John Landis. You killed those kids. All right. Of course, when I need it, I can't find it. Of course, when I need Save the Cat, I can't find it. That's how it always is, isn't it? Let me take a look at another book. He's on the bookshelf right here. I know that. But where did I frickin' put it? I got every other writing book in the world here, but not frickin' Save the Cat? Come on. Actually, you want the best book on writing ever? I got the best book on writing right here. It's a very apt title. Wow, it's dusty too. Wow, shit. Okay. If you want the best book on writing you'll ever read, it's this one right here. It's called On Writing by Stephen King. This is the best book I've ever read on the writing process. It is a fantastic, fantastic read about King's writing process, about how he goes about writing, his own experiences with writing, his process. It's one of the best pieces of advice I've got here. And it's very much in the style of Hemingway. Cut out what you don't need, like basically chop down on the unnecessary detail. In this case, the adverbs. He said, cut down on adverbs. Why use an adverb when why use two adverbs when one strong verb will do,
Baichi Apiadera Super Chat
yes,
$5.
Here we go.
And Save the Cat can go F itself, burn it alongside the monomyth nonsense.
Yes, I
Can't tell
agree.
I disdain that book because people try to apply it to novels.
100%. If you apply that to novels, you failed. Save the Cat, for those who don't know, which is somewhere on this shelf. I'll find it when the stream is done, probably. Save the Cat is a guidebook on how to write a marketable screenplay. Now, I say marketable, not good. I'll explain why. Now, I'm going to show you the beat sheet too. It's called The Last Book on Screenwriting You Ever Need. And the reason why it's so successful is because, and thankfully it's all on line here. Let me bring it up real quick. Yes. It comes with the famous beat sheet. The beat sheet of, well, Save the Cat. Now, Save the Cat's beat sheet here, it's relevant because it allows you to know what to do at what stage in your screenplay. Now, this is a very simplified version of the beat sheet. The full version in the book has right down to page number. At what page should these events happen in the story? I think, like, for example, opening image is the first page of the screenplay. The setup is next 11. The catalyst is the 12th page, and it goes on and on and on and so forth. And each page equates to a minute of screen time. And this is very specific, and you're supposed to meet these at the exact pages you reach at. Now, you're also supposed to meet your protagonist in the opening image section. That's where you meet your protagonist. And in theory, you don't meet your antagonist until the break into Act 2 section. That's when the antagonist is meant to be introduced. As you can very well imagine, something like, say, Aladdin already breaks that line, that flow, Because Aladdin introduced the antagonist at the beginning. That's the opening image. What's the opening image supposed to be? It's supposed to be a minute sequence where you get a vibe for the story. You get a sense of the pacing and stylistic elements of it. That was good stuff. Unfortunately, all I only have is water.
Zypher 8677 super chatted $2.
Yes.
Just thinking about On Writing, it's great and funny.
It is truly a really funny book. I'm not going to lie. It's actually really funny. I love On Writing. It's fantastic. It's a genuinely entertaining book in general.
Baichi Apiadera
Oh, nice.
super chatted $5. I had to put a whole epic fantasy novel in that thing.
Jesus.
I hate it so goddamn much DX, and it wasn't for making it into a screenplay.
No. Fantasy especially is hard because it's so big and large.
Lou
Doesn't fit
number
perfectly.
95 super chatted $4.99. Hi, Aunt. Hope all's well with you, your wife, and your son.
Oh, thank you.
Also, I turned 30 on Sunday.
Oh, congratulations. Good luck. Happy preemptive birthday. That's fantastic. 30 is a big one. I say as someone who's also hit 30 a little while ago. It's a big birthday. It's a big one. But yeah, no. So structure does not always work in this sense. Now, a good example, and I'll probably come over this again when the debate formally begins. One big question with the monomyth is this. One of the best protagonists, I'd say, in 90s TV, 90s movie, would be, what's her name? I'm gonna cheat a little bit and make sure I remember what her name is. In 1996 film Fargo, the protagonist, Marge, she is the best character, one of the best heroes in fiction from that era. But she's not the hero of the story. She's the antagonist.
Olivia Williams super chatted $3.57. Star Wars also come to mind. The antagonist is introduced in the first 5 minutes.
Exactly. In fact, Luke isn't established until much later on in the story. It breaks both Save the Cat and it breaks the hero's journey. And Save the Cat's based a lot on the monomyth, but more universal, because obviously with the monomyth, it applies only to heroic stories. It does not apply to romances, for example. You Got Mail does not fit into the monomyth. For that matter, neither does... Actually, for that matter, neither does Oedipus Rex either, really. But anyway, so in Fargo, Marge is the antagonist of the story because she's introduced in Act 2. The first half hour establishes, what's his name? William H. Macy's character as the protagonist. He's the one who undergoes the most change in the narrative up until, really, in the whole story, really. In many ways, William H. Macy is the protagonist of Fargo. But he's not the hero of Fargo, and thus you forget that detail. Structurally, Fargo is an inverse where you're rooting for the antagonist to win because you don't want the protagonist to get what they want. Most Asian stories don't even bother with that structure. They don't even try. You ever see The Wailing, for example? The Wailing is a fantastic movie. And it is a 2.5 hour long epic. And you don't get to the real catalyst of the plot until the middle of the movie. It takes a while. But you're so entertained you don't even notice that. You know? Because it sets up a different but connected conflict before feeding into the real conflict. The real break into Act 2 situation. Because Save the Cat is a set of guidelines and not actual rules, you know? It's more a set of guidelines and actual rules, you know? Entirely. I'm just going to let Kino know when he's ready. He can jump in. Let me know when you're ready. Cool. Good. Cool. So when he's ready, he'll jump in. And good. Kino is all set with his stuff. Okay, cool. So, anyway, so what was I talking about? Yeah, so the structure of the hero's myth. And I think people who kind of over-focus on this structure, they get themselves, they box themselves too much. I think Literature Devil does that too a lot.
User 225 super chatted $1.99. Anyone here playing Dispatch? It's Pete.
Ooh, I've not played Dispatch yet. I want to. It looks really good. I like the character designs quite a bit. I'm seeing someone say, anyone checked out Overly Sarcastic Productions? Buddy, I'll tell you this. I did a video with one of them once. Yeah, they're really cool people. Exactly how they are on camera is how they are off camera too. Like the exact same personality. I'm like, oh god, this is great. like really down to earth, but like intelligent people. It's really cool. I find that's really interesting with YouTubers too, especially in this niche. A lot of them the very people they put themselves out to be. Very like down to very if they're into like intellectual stuff, they have intellectual style to them. It's really impressive. But yeah, anyway. So we're just waiting on Kino to jump in. I think we another few minutes, I think. All good on my end, so I'd like when you are. Okay, cool. So they'll be jumping on soon, which is good. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. So they'll be coming on soon. Let me knock this off real quick. I'm going to move the browser aside at first. I think I have reactive set up, but I'm not 100% positive yet. We'll see. Hopefully it works. Ooh, Vanessa the Witch Vengeance. Would you say Toy Story fits this structure? Yes, Toy Story absolutely fits this structure. A lot of Disney movies, especially Pixar, fit this structure because Pixar, those films are designed to be as accessible as possible. 1 second. I'm just on Kino, the one's ready. All right, cool. Excellent. Debate room's all set up. All right, everyone. Now, I want you all to know that you can ask questions during this debate. I will pause supers until such a time where I think it's necessary to have a voice. But if you have any questions or concerns or thoughts, be sure to leave them. I am going to pause supers real quick just so we can have a chance to let Kino and his... actual fandom. What's going on? Hey, Dan, what's going on? Yeah, Dan, it's going to be debating KinoFlex real quickly so you can get to see what's going on here as it happens. Super Chat's going to pause, so don't hesitate to ask them. I am going to bring it up to Kino to see when a good time to discuss them are, the supers are. And let me just let you say this one Super Chat play real quick.
Bob of the Old Ways super chatted $5. I optioned a script with Save the Cat
Bob.
and then had to completely rewrite it lol. And it still died.
That stinks. Yeah, Save the Cat's a rough one to fit perfectly. Scripts, you have to be a certain intention in mind, I think, to get them done properly. Anyway, so let's jump into the voice chat and let's see how it goes. Hopefully...
Screenwriters.
Hello there. Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
It may not just be discussing the Save the Cat thing, because I was saying I was listening while I was driving, and I have no fucking idea what that was, but just off listening and looking at the visuals, it seems kind of useless.
Save the Cat's a rough one. Hang on 1 second. Reactive, I tried using Reactive to make it easier to show everything, but I'm realizing now it's have my big face on. This is terrible. 1 second, let me fix this. One sec. Let me make sure I can solve this problem before it becomes a big issue.
Yeah, I'm going to try to have both your stream and my stream on like 2 different tabs so I can like check them.
Oh, yeah, good call.
In case you want to communicate something that on your end that I don't see.
100% good idea. Oh, does this fix it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's just giant. 1 second. Okay, cool. I got this working. Cool. So Reactive actually works now. This is good. Cool. Right, nice. So I can now, it's so, I have an extra icon here. It's pretty great. Anyway.
Nice, sweet.
Yeah, it all works out. So let me make sure I get myself in gear here. All my stuff is up. And also, I have paused supers on my end, but I'm thinking like we can go through a discussion or points and then like, let a few supers play on my end and I can communicate them worst case to you, or if you can play my stream on your stream, whatever it might be as needed, just to discuss that. And vice versa, if you get a super that's relevant or interesting.
Yeah, it sounds great. But I guess we can, since I just started my stream, I'll just introduce the topic.
Go for it.
Welcome everyone to another stream. As always, I'm joined by my co-host Jan, and along with a special guest, Anthony. I never actually pronounce your name.
It's a tough one. It's I'll just tell you, my last name is pronounced Gramulia.
Gramulia. Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those weird Italian sounds where it's like.
Okay, it is Italian. Okay.
Yeah. It's funny. The only person online who's ever pronounced it right the first time was Beckett from Cope and Seed, and that's the only person who ever got it right. After that, no one's gotten it right since. It's hilarious. Even he got it wrong afterwards. I don't know what happened. He got it right once and then gave up, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm terrible with names, so I'm probably just gonna keep on calling you Ann from henceforth.
That's why I have it there. It's much easier to say than the full freaking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but before we start, I will this stream, we're going to be going over my video, Respond to Ant. That was a response to Literature Devil. That was Respond to Ant over responding to that was responding to Literature Devil and a number of other content creators.
Don't forget that part.
Yeah. Yeah, but before we start any kind of discussion, I actually want to commend Ant for agreeing to talk to a smaller channel like mine to discuss both his video and my response to it. A lot of content creators with beef will often just throw jabs at each other instead of just directly hashing out their issues. So if possible, I would like to ensure that this debate, discussion, whatever you want to call it, is done in a civil fashion where we properly hear each other out and don't devolve into a shouting match, hurling insults at each other. I don't think it's going to go that way, and but yeah, I'm just going to be as respectful as I can.
No, same here. I want to also commend you for also wanting to join us as well. It's not that often. I feel like with the internet, we're so geared to just freaking throw anger at each other, and myself included. I fed into that too. I'm not going to pretend I have no accountability for that one. But it's just we're geared to, like, by the algorithm, whatever, to actually never listen to what the other person actually has to say. So I think it's really good that you're doing this, for one. I think it's good that you agreed to join on this. I think it's really fun, and I hope that it can be very productive, for both of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're saying that there's a bit of an echo on my end.
On your end? Okay. I don't hear any on mine, I don't believe, but it might be maybe one of your earbuds aren't, like, plugged in, or it's too close to the mic or something.
Yeah, let me see.
Or maybe it's me. I don't know. I don't think it is, but we'll find out.
It's not you. We've had echoes on a few streams. I don't know why. We keep trying to fix it and never quite sticks.
Fair. I freaking hate when that happens, man. That sucks. That's frustrating.
It's the funniest thing is it's like, oh yeah, we'll just resolve it midstream. It's like, can we just switch it off and then on again, please? It's not gonna work.
Nah, dude, half the freaking. I mean, I forget who's told me this, but, like, I think a stream isn't, like, successful unless there's a little bit of scuff that gets in the way at some point.
Yeah. It's the authenticity when it's like all too clean. That's the artificial stench on it.
It was like a baptism by fire, as they say.
Yeah. I was gonna actually chime in. Yeah, I was gonna chime in on one other thing because I do think it's interesting that you were saying you were considering making, like, a response video, and I do actually think that it's better that. Well, I guess the royal we get to hash it out because whenever you're making response videos, and I'm prone to this as well, all right, it's kind of like, when you're watching, like, a bad movie with friends, especially if you have a co-host, and you're just riffing into it because it's just, like, funny.
Oh, 100%. And that's the problem,
it's
too.
Not really productive.
I'm sorry, I talked over you at the end there. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I mumble a little bit sometimes. I apologize.
And I talk too much, so it all works. It all balances out. No, I agree with you. And the problem also is you have to be entertaining, Like, the YouTube algorithm drives engagement. And how do you engage people? What, to be funny or be over the top, or you say something inflammatory to get the attention. It can't just be, I disagree with this guy casually. No, it has to be the worst opinion ever, and you're wrong, and this, that, and the third. And I think that was a problem with my original video too. It went way too harsh, way too quickly, with less stuff to develop the ideas. That's one thing I have an issue with the video in hindsight.
Okay.
I think it's mind you, sometimes you need to be harsh. And sometimes you need to be, blunt. I've tried since then to avoid too much intense harshness. I've tried to, like, build. If I have to be harsh, I try to build to it. But again, you have disagreements with my Literature Devil response, so obviously we'll see how accurate my self perception is in that one.
Right.
But I think it's important to avoid being too venomous with these discussions.
Yeah.
In
dialogue. For sure. And I was going to actually ask, because it's related to the thing I think I outlined in the, when we were discussing the topic a little bit earlier. But it's actually something I'm curious about, because that first video was my introduction to you. And I'll be honest, due to, I guess, my sphere at the time, I was like, oh, this is a bit harsh. But, like, I'm just curious, what percentage of it would you say you still stand by? I appreciate that's like nebulous, right? But, like, would you say you agree with, like, the central point, but just think it wasn't demonstrated the best? Or would you say that you've, like, shifted off of it slightly?
Well, I think certain things I've shifted off of more, and other things I have shifted on harder, actually. Some less so. I think one issue I had too, I think my biggest issue with the video is I bit off more than I can chew for one video. Really, I covered 5 different theses that should have gotten 5 separate videos. And each one should have been, like, about the same length as this one. And that's clear right in the clips, isn't it? Like, the clips are like fragments that and as I said, my literature level response, I cut the clips way too short. I didn't let any of them have time to breathe or give them the context they deserved to examine what they were saying. And, as a result, it resulted in something being ineffective. It was a very ineffective tactic used. Because, and I think later videos I've tried to... I think I demonstrated this with the clip I used from my Grifters video. Give it the context it needs. Give it the depth and analysis it needs. The problem is that first video, it's too shallow. It covers the topics way too shallowly. And I think the problem with that is that it has a bunch of other cascading issues, doesn't it? On one hand, you don't explore the topic enough. So someone who's not already, let's say the Shadiversity video clip of him complaining about Princess Peach wearing pants, right? That's a good example. If you've seen the Jack Saint response, if you've been plugged in the conversation, then watching that triggers, oh, I know that from this other part of the discourse. And I can assume you're referring to the conversation around that video when Jack Saint talked about it, or this, that, and the third. And that is weak on my part, because what I'm doing is I'm saying, oh, no, reference someone else, what someone else said for my argument. I'm not really providing you an argument. That's the issue with the video. I'm telling you basically in shallow points, no, this person said something, but I'm not saying something. And the irony of it was I used short clips because I didn't want to rely on these clips as a crutch for my argument. But in actuality, by making them so short, my argument laid more heavily on those clips. It was more of a crutch because I was basically using audio-visual shorthand to tell you, oh, look at this other thing that I'm not actually saying on screen right now. That was the big weakness that I have in hindsight. And it's something I've tried to work on ever since, just to varying extents. Sometimes I give too much detail. Sometimes I give too little detail. And that's just the nature of communicating online, which is unfortunate.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I would say this is a good starting point. You're much more self-reflective of your video and more open to criticizing it than I originally thought. You were criticizing it in your original video, of course, but that was one of the points I wanted to raise eventually, bring up eventually. But I guess this is a good time to bring up the baselines for this whole debate / discussion. We were discussing it earlier, what the baseline should be, how should we go about it, just respond to your video or to my video, going over your video point by point in a linear fashion, or Jan said that he had some a list of questions he wanted to ask you before we started.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Kino, you're also welcome to answer those questions too, so we have an idea of what we both think on those topics.
Oh yeah, of course, of course.
That way, I know what you're thinking, and you know what I'm thinking. And if you disagree, or if I disagree, I would be welcome to discuss that as well. I'm going to let a few super chats play just before we get started, just to give some let the initial questions go, so we can get some good super chats regarding the specifics of what we talk about as we go. If that's all right with you.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Let me play a few right now. And if you're watching on Kino's stream, you can click the mine real quick to see these. I'm kidding.
Super chat of $10. The opening scene of my first screenplay has the main antagonist asking the main protagonist to join him in the first scene sequence,
by the way,
and then going back in time to free why he days
Crimes
yes long.
messaged me, if you remember. Noah,
One sec.
Yeah, Crimes and Roman.
Oh yeah,
We're talking to each other. Yeah, we're friends. We met each other a while back, so he messaged me oh, you should have told me.
You were doing a stream. All the stuff she said, and you said make me think you're both wrong, but I don't want to believe it about you.
So good. I'm not discussing the stuff with Sai and me right now. That's another day.
Super chat
I can't. I'm tired of talking about that.
Also,
Sorry.
thank you again for giving your thoughts on Werewolf, and I'm now on the absolute power and all in run.
There you go. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, cool. Super chats are done right now. So you're saying about Crimes? Yeah, Crimes is great. Love Crimes.
Yeah, I was just thinking we kind of know each other, so it was a small world because I noticed you guys were mutuals, which is quite funny.
Oh yeah. In fact, Crimes and Roman and I are actually cooking something. We cooked something a few weeks ago. We all made a video that is currently in the editing process. That hopefully will be out before the end of the month, but we'll see.
Yeah. Actually, so yeah, the question that I had specifically was kind of pertaining to, because you brought up it was in that original video. I'm quite sure if I remember. It's been a little bit of a while, but
Yeah.
the notion of like good versus bad criticism, and
Yes.
as it specifically in reference to details or what we would call nitpicks, because I know Jack and I have some disagreement. Doxing a lot. Kino and I have some disagreements on this sometimes as well. But like my big thing with
Oh, hey,
with
Crumbs is
good
in chat. Actually,
criticism.
pretty cool. Sorry, I cut you off there. Sorry for that.
No, that's fine. Yeah, like because like my perspective on this has always been when it comes to how relevant something is in terms of a flaw, right? So like it could be the smallest thing, it could be the biggest thing. So like the thing that I always like to go for is I think there's is it in Lord of the Rings? You can see a car in the background in one of the shots, right? And I'm like, it's like, okay, that's like that is a problem with the movie, right? And it's like, if someone told me, oh, that fucking ruins it, it's over, I'm never enjoying Lord of the Rings, I'd be like, okay, that's weird, but also, I wouldn't be like saying, oh, well, you're wrong, there's not a car in that shot, right? That wouldn't be my response. My response would be why it matters. And if they said, oh, it broke my immersion, I think that speaks to like some sort of subjective qualia on their end that I don't think I can really argue with. And the heart of the criticism is still valid, right? Like it is still a problem they pointed out. How much it matters is down to the person, but the fact of the matter, this problem remains. And so I would really, and again, this is where like you know, having you here is useful now with retrospect, because my impression from that video was very much, because you referenced it even like the Patrick Willems video way back when, right? When it's like, oh, you shouldn't complain about plot holes or like, you know, these relative minor issues because they don't matter. And my immediate like gut reaction when someone says something like that is like, well, that's not, you don't get to tell me that, right? What matters to me is up to me, right? So I just wonder where you stand on that, and Jack as well.
There's a few points you brought up there. I'm going to address all that I think. If I don't answer part of your question, just poke me and I'll make sure I get it. Make sure I answer that as well. The first part with minor details personally. I think plot and I think technical elements, they're all components of storytelling, right? So like any component, it can either be a nitpick to point out or it could be like a deal breaker, depending on what it is, I think for me, the two big things are the intentionality of a scene and the immersion in a scene. Those are, to me, the two big things. So that is to say, what are the storyteller, in this case, storyteller, if it's a book, it could be a writer, if it's if a film, it could be director, actors, set design, or whatever. If it's a play, even more. You kind of go, okay, what is the intentionality behind every choice in this moment? And does this mistake take away from it, and if so, how much? So, using the example of the car in Lord of the Rings, I'm not even sure where that car is. I don't think I've ever seen the car, because I'm so caught up in everything else. But I've also seen movies where there is like a coffee cup on the background of a medieval set. And like, oh yes, I guess Starbucks exists in like Westeros or whatever.
Westeros, yeah. That was the big one, yeah.
That's a big one, yeah. So you think like, okay, is this distracting me? Is this catching me? Is this taking me away from the story? And if so, like what is, how long am I able to look past it? And I think for me, it depends, a case by case basis. I think, let's say the car in the background that's hidden behind a bush, if you can just barely see it in some frames, I may roll my eyes a little bit if you say that's the biggest complaint you have about the movie. Maybe I won't roll my eyes. Maybe it is the only complaint in the movie because everything else is so great.
Yeah, and Lord of the Rings is possible, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, that's like you barely notice it. But if it was a big flub, and for me, I think a big flub that I think is consistent that I always roll my eyes at is whenever you're watching a movie and someone jumps into the water or comes out of like a wet scene and comes out like 5 seconds totally dry. I always like roll my eyes going, oh yeah, you really dried off fast, didn't you? Hair perfectly groomed again, whatever. You're like, oh yeah, sure. Okay, Hollywood. And that may be enough to make you think, oh, this is stupid. I can't get back into it. Most often I'm like, okay, I can move past this. What's the intention of the scene? Does it really matter? So again, case by case basis, and like you said to yourself, individual. It's all based on what you specifically perceive.
Yeah.
To use the Willems video though, because I think that's a very interesting topic too, because that's one where my perspective has really shifted. I don't think really, but significantly enough.
Yeah.
So I mentioned this in my response to Literature Devil when he brought it up in his response to my previous video. But when I was doing my Mahler video, I had a chance to really step back and go, what do I really think about this Patrick Williams video? Like objectively, what do I think about it? And I kind of went, okay, hang on. You know, I get what he's saying. I agree with the idea of what he's talking about, but it's the specifics where I'm like, you know, those can take you out of the film, you know, whatever it might be. Those can reduce from the intentionality of a scene. Those can take you out of the immersion of a moment. And I think it's like all things. Use the details available to you to justify your subjective conclusions, you know? So like, does this really bother you? And if so, why? Like, I think with my example I used in the video of like Blade Runner, which everyone debates whether it's a plot hole or not, I think it doesn't even matter either way. And someone else actually pointed out too that you know, off the shoulder of Orion, that could just be a visual language because Orion is a constellation of, but the stars themselves are spread across hundreds of light years, so you're not even close to each other. I'm like, yeah, it's a good point. Didn't even think of that obvious example right there. But again, that's a simple example right there. You're really reaching for something to nitpick about because the scene works so well with the intended effort to get you in the emotional crux of this scene. And nothing else really matters about that scene outside that emotional crux. So if in a scene like that, if you went, okay, yeah, the coffee cup is in the background, that takes me out of it. Like, I kind of I roll my eyes and go, like, really, that bothered you? But if it's a technical action scene, let's say, and you're like, how did he make this shot when there's all this stuff in the way? It's like a perfectly lined up shot. It doesn't make sense. That would be distracting to me. So I think with plot holes, it depends on, okay, what is the point of this scene? Does the plot flow? Is that the most important element of the moment? Is the set design the most important element of this moment? And it depends on everything. That's why I always want to go with a flexible interpretation of media criticism because you can't judge everything by the same marker. Not everything's measured in yards. Some things are measured in ounces, you know? Some things are measured in milliliters, you know, whatever it might be. And if you figure that out based on... That's why it's tough. That's why media criticism is tough. It's not easy. Not everyone can do it because you got to adjust. And I think that's a big thing with online media discussion.
Yeah.
I have an issue with. No one can adjust. They have to have their singular metric for all different pieces of media. You would never judge. I'll get off my high horse after this, because I know I've been talking a little bit, so I'll stop after this.
That's fine.
You would never judge David Lynch's Eraserhead the same way you would judge Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. They're not comparable. Like, you can't, not by this, you can maybe say, oh, the cinematography, how do you look at that? Oh, the set design, how do we look at that? But the intentions of both films, with each on a scene-by-scene basis, with each character, they're nothing alike. You can't compare the character writing, because they're totally different intentions. You know, you can't argue with the plot, whether the plot makes sense by the same metric. You can't, Eraser does not follow a 3-act structure. It doesn't follow any structure. And it's deliberate, you know, but that works for that film. Jodorowsky wouldn't judge by the same metrics you judge Spielberg, but they're both great filmmakers because they have different intentions and different perspectives. That's my, to make a long story short, that's my gist. So there's my point. Hope I answered your question. I'm not sure if I did.
Yeah, no, it's a large part of it. I was going to say, Kino, do you have anything you want to say? Or can I, because I did have a follow-up to that, but if you want to cut in, I obviously don't want to steal the show, so to speak, either. Or maybe he's fixing his voice. Who knows? You might be. Kino, you good there? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, sold. There you go. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, okay. So I kind of agree with most of that. The thing at the end, I would say, with the you don't compare things. You know, I completely agree with you. Like, I wouldn't compare Puss in Boots: The Last Wish to The Seventh Seal. Right? That'd be silly. But both by death though. Yeah, exactly. They have one like similar thematic element, but other than that, the movies are very different, right? In terms of everything they're trying to do and achieve, in terms of how you derive your engagement from them, right? Mm-hmm. But the thing that and I'm gonna tip my hand a little bit as to which overall criticism you might be partial to. Mm-hmm. But the idea of criticizing things along how well they like function on like a writing level of like logic that they set up and follow through on. So good example, two movies that I think they came out around the same time, and they were just perfect like bifocal comparisons of each other. Multiverse of Madness and Everything Everywhere All at Once. Both multiverse movies, one with an incredibly tight script, one with, I would describe it one of the worst scripts I've ever seen in terms of for coherency.
Not the strongest script, I agree.
yeah. The Memory Store did not land for me. I'll leave it at that. And then you look at those two movies, and it's like, well, they're both about multiverse, right? Multiverses. One of them is like a superhero, action flick, obviously, as well in the middle of that. But fundamentally, they both set up this very hard to tackle premise, and they both manage to contend with it in different ways. One, obviously, Everything Everywhere All at Once, sets out rules and then carries them to term. And then Multiverse of Madness sets up rules and then just shits on itself every 2 seconds, right? In terms of how they're carried to term, I would argue. And so even though these are very different movies from, you could say, they're obviously not quite as far away as something like, the Seventh Seal and fucking Puss in Boots, but they're different enough to where, but I still think we can judge them by a similar standard when it comes to coherency of how their writing works. But I would hazard a guess, and it's a response I heard to this, that how sound the writing works and how tight the writing is for like characters and plot is not all that a movie is, which I would agree to. But I would then, of course, necessarily have to argue that is the element that's most compelling to me, because when it comes to like technical, unless it's like something really impressive visually in the modern day, I'm not blown away by like technical spectacle, and I'm not particularly, in terms of acting, I mean, they'll get a good actors, right? Like Multiverse of Madness has excellent acting.
Oh yeah, I would say Elizabeth Olsen's probably one of the best parts of that film in terms of acting, though.
100%. Elizabeth Olsen and Benedict Cumberbatch. Well, it's like not to go into Marvel movies too much, but Love and Thunder, fucking Christian Bale.
Christian Bale gives one of the best performances in one of the worst Marvel films. It's incredible how much he tried, how miserable that film is,
how unrewarded he was for all his efforts. Listen, I was rooting for Gore in that one.
He's acting his heart out with nothing. He has nothing to work with, and he's so good.
Yep.
But yeah, I agree. I agree with you so far. I think I was actually. Let me finish. I probably cut you off. You gotta finish your thought. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. Jack is having Kino is having technical difficulties. He's resolving them as we speak.
Should I have a counter of how many times we doxed Kino by accident in this video?
I'm sorry. It's habit at this point.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
You're good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know what's going on there. Like, I was actually wanting to chime in because, and I actually thought you gave a pretty agreeable answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. And don't worry about it being too long. Like I thought it was like perfectly worded. Because I would say my primary issue when it comes to like finding faults in a film is whether or not it breaks my suspension of disbelief, which is a pretty like a pretty broad answer because there's so many things that can break suspension of disbelief, right? But like in terms of like nitpicks. Yeah, I agree. Like certain small things, like that being your major gripe in calling a film bad, I would say that's unreasonable. Like, for example, like the final season of Game of Thrones, like people at the time pointed out like that one plastic water bottle in the background, and they were like, "Oh, this is how much this season sucks." Well, yeah, that is like a criticism that can be levied at the show, but really. What's the major reason everyone hates the last season of Game of Thrones?
Oh, I can think of a bunch.
It's the payoffs. Yeah, it's the writing primarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was so much set up with the prior seasons. There was so much like there was such great writing on display with characters making smart decisions, and now they're just making dumb decisions. So if there's like a decline in that sort of quality, that's what I feel is worth commenting on. And yeah, when it comes to nitpicks. Like, if there are, like, few nitpicks, I would say the argument to call that film bad outright is lessened. Like, objectively bad is lessened. But if you compile all the nitpicks one by one, like, and it piles up, then I would say you have more of a case.
Agreed. And I think also there is a degree of consistency that needs to be done with criticism in general. I know we were discussing you wouldn't compare Eraserhead to Spider-Man, but we would compare Multiverse of Madness to Everything Ever All at Once, using the example we just said, but I think one thing I think I've noticed a lot with media criticism is that we tend to be harsher towards certain works, but ignore when the same thing happens in older works. I think there's like the opposite of a recency bias in media discussion. I think, and again, a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of older films, they've sat with us longer. Whatever things that you might have seen back in 1985, if you were alive then and watched it, they wouldn't be as jarring as they are in 2025, because you've seen it enough times. I think an example of that is how one thing that comes to mind for me, and this is really stupid, the original Halloween, the John Carpenter one of the greatest horror films in my opinion of all time. Mm-hmm. There are barely any like yellow orange leaves. It's the whole. It looks like, it was shot in the summer, and it looks like it was shot in the summer. There's like one scene, there's like one shot where you see a bunch of leaves on the ground, and like everything else, it's green trees, green. It looks like I think it's like even like a palm tree in one shot, or some like warm weather tree somewhere. I forget exactly what it was. I have to double check to see what I'm talking about exactly. But
when Loomis is at the graveyard, there's some trees.
There we go.
But it's I think at night it passes well enough. But yeah, during the day, absolutely, I agree.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing right there. Does this impact you? Because the movie's Halloween, it should look like the fall. But no one really cares. No one really. No, not no one. That's not the right phrase. Some people do care, but like, the vast majority of people, because the second half is so effective, like you said, at night, and because it's dark, you're not really seeing the trees at the dark time, you totally buy into the conceit of the scene. Your immersion is totally restored because you're so caught up in what's happening on a shot-to-shot basis, and so much of it is indoors. So I think there's like a degree where that we forgive that because we're used to it. We know it's coming. But if you had that same thing happen today, there's so many Halloween-themed movies that also were shot in the summer, and if you go on like the horror subreddit or something like that, you're always going to see someone going, "I can't believe this movie doesn't look like Halloween at all. What do they film in the summer? Like, what is this?" They're sweating in their sweaters. They look sick. They look miserable. And we're so much more nitpicky, even if it's only a couple shots like that. If it's a movie that came out today, I think.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead. You go. Oh no, you go. I'll go after.
Okay. Yeah. Well, before we began this discussion, I saw that you were going to my channel briefly. You said that you saw my Birdman videos, but I was wondering if you saw my video responding to Nerdrotic, Ben Shapiro, and Film Threat over their takes on one after another, because that's a film I really enjoyed, but a lot of people who would, I guess, be in sort of my similar sphere, in terms of a film commentary. I think it's a bit arbitrary, but I was kind of surprised a bit over the amount of people that said that the film sucked when I thought it was brilliant.
I think it's a common opinion. It's funny too. Okay, so I want to go to confession. Priest Kino, would you mind blessing this confessional before I say my terrible confession?
You were blessed, my son.
Okay, thank you.
You were blessed, my son.
Thank you. I have not seen One Battle After Another yet. I know. I have to do 5 Hail Marys now, I guess.
Imminent death.
But I haven't done it yet. I want to. I do want to. The problem is my son was born around the same time that came out, shortly before it came out. And so every day we were like, okay, I can't go. Well, actually, let me rephrase it. My son was born after it came out, but the weeks leading up to it, we kept thinking, okay, at any moment now, you may go into labor, and we're going to be in the theater, and you're going to go into labor in the middle of this long-ass movie, and we're going to be like, oh, frick, we paid $20 each ticket. We got to leave now. Come on. So I end up not. I was going to say, you know what? So much time passed. I'll wait for it to hit streaming. I don't know if it's hit streaming yet. It should have hit streaming by this point, I think. But I haven't checked.
I don't think so. It might have done that because apparently it underperformed at the box office, so that tends to accelerate that usually. So which is unfortunate. Yeah. But
I always hate when that happens, but it always happens with films that aren't part of a brand nowadays. That everyone just waits for streaming. It sucks, but
Yeah.
If theaters were actually freaking cheaper, maybe people would go to different movies. But I don't know. That's crazy talk. I know. If tickets were like $10 as opposed to $20, more people would go to the theater more regularly. I think. But what do I know?
Maybe.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make with that is that a certain amount of critics seem to be genre locked and primarily blockbusters. So when they interact with like certain like more indie type films, I find that they're a bit more dismissive, like, and their criticism doesn't really doesn't really land with me because Jan and I, when we were watching like a Film Threat, for instance, like they were saying stuff like,
when I was losing my fucking mind. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
They're saying that since we were initially following bad people in the film, then it can't be an enjoyable experience, and I couldn't relate to that sentiment at all.
That's freaking bizarre to me. I don't understand it at all, especially from Film Threat. Like I know, like Film Threat, mind you, I'm going off my personal bias here. I think they've fallen off pretty far from where they were in the '90s, but like, they have a history with indie films. Like, you think they'd get that, Like, and I wouldn't even say One Bad Left Another's all that indie. I watch a lot of weird horror films. Those are like weird indie things, like some Flying Lotus stuff. That's a little out. But not a Flying Lotus fan, but that's just the first thing I thought of indie. But yeah, no, there's some weird stuff out there. You think they'd adjust their expectations a little bit, especially Paul Thomas Anderson. Like his films are slow typically, and they usually focus on. Like I was just watching the other couple months back. I was showing my spouse. I was showing her the Master, which is a great movie, an absolutely fantastic film. And
same director, Paul Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, Paul Thomas Anderson, same director. Very different style. And that film is very slow paced, and the characters are all terrible people. Like I think Amy Adams is one of the scariest performances of her career. I think in that one, and Philip Seymour Hoffman, just amazing. Everyone in that movie is terrible. They're all horrible.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why would you even? I was using the example before the stream started with my chat. I was looking at the heroes, not the hero's journey. That fits that too, but. I was looking at the Save the Cat structure, which Literature Devil references in his video too, which is a very standard structure to make a presentable story. But one movie that fits it, interestingly enough, is the movie Fargo. But the funny thing about Fargo is that the protagonist, the hero, quote unquote, of that film, is actually in the structure of the script the antagonist, because you're introduced to all the bad guys. You follow them for like a half hour of the film, and then you get introduced to Marge, who's like the pregnant cop who solves the mystery. Who figures everything out. She structurally is the villain of the story because the heroes are the bad guys.
Yeah,
and
I can agree with that. Yeah,
yeah, and it's interesting, but you totally forget that because you love this character so much that you just completely remove yourself from the actual structure that you've been following so far. You're totally on her side from the moment she shows up.
Sorry to cut in, because I think another good example that a lot of people might be familiar with as well is Breaking Bad is another good one for that one, where obviously Walt is Hank, exactly. He's in a similar position where Hank is. There's many characters in Breaking Bad that would you would describe as heroic before Walter White, but he's the protagonist. So, that one absolutely does not follow and it's the thing, sometimes the lines get blurred, right? Because it's like, oh, does it follow the conventional structure? Like, kind of initially, it's like, no, sure. But, like, it over time definitely changes, right? Which is one thing I was going to touch at that you pointed out, I think is quite fair, and it's I just think it's a little, to use my generational terms, cringe whenever people go like, this movie is bad because it doesn't follow the 3-act structure. There's not a rise and climax, no resolution. It's non-conventional. It's like no, that's not a good criticism. It's that's like I would just that's kind of circling it back to like my initial question is like what I would define as bad criticism is just criticism that isn't. It's not useful in the sense of like this doesn't follow a thing. It's like, well, hold on, that doesn't by itself mean anything unless you've qualified. This doesn't follow the thing and it's bad. and explained why it's bad, it in fact actually doesn't mean anything if you tell me that, because all I know is like, oh, I should avoid not doing 3-act structures. Well, what about all these brilliant films that don't do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's quite. I think it's a pushback against Jacob Bloss of the past to the Nexus event, all right, of the Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Movie.
God. The Last Jedi.
Broke
Okay.
a generation.
All right. Let me say this right now. I think The Last Jedi is a decent enough, fine movie. I think it's all right. And I've said this before, man. People don't like that. Whatever. I don't care. The fact that this one movie broke so much of film criticism on the internet is hilarious to me. It's so funny to me.
I wouldn't even say broke. I would just say like rechanged the landscape, because before that movie it was depending how keyed you were, and if you were like a casual, so to speak, normie, right? Mm-hmm. You'd probably be like, oh yeah, I know nostalgia critic, I know film criticism, right, and shit like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I watch stuff. I know to criticize a movie.
Yeah, I watch Cinema Sins every now and again, and you know that would be like your gateway. After that, it's like it was an unprecedented like breeding ground for conversation. I think the movie's fucking terrible, but I will say, if someone told me that's the one that they prefer between the three, I would actually understand more so than the other two why someone might tell me they like The Last Jedi, because I think it's more understandable to me. While I still think it, structurally is probably, I mean, it's not worse than Rise of Skywalker. That's impossible. But it'd be a fist fight between it and Force Awakens for writing, I feel. But
I think also it depends on what you prefer. Do you prefer the familiar, or do you prefer something that is unconventional? And I think Last Jedi is very unconventional. I think for many people it was unconventional where it shouldn't be. I think it's the big. If I could sum up the big response, I think it's that, it was unconventional, maybe in a way that rubbed people the wrong way and other people really resonated with. I think
I had to gun for things that are to like in it. Sorry to cut you off, but it'd be the directing work, because Rian Johnson, whatever else he is, and I've maintained this, he's a very good director. I think he definitely knows the cinematography, he definitely knows how to get a lot out of his actors, performance-wise.
I think if you look at like Glass Onion and Knives, I think especially Knives Out recently, you can see he knows to play with structure quite well. But both of those movies are structured in a way that is, again, like an Agatha Christie novel, but in a way that really plays with the structure of the screenplay in a way I think is really fascinating. But that's how all of his movies are. Like, I remember I took an undergrad class in screenwriting, and one of the scripts we had to read was Brick. Was Rian Johnson's Brick. And I had no idea who Rian Johnson was before that script. And I'm like, this is... And it's written in a way that feels so matter of fact. It feels so casual. It feels so familiar. And it feels so clever. And it feels like it's playing on tropes. And it's so interesting of a movie. Like, Rian Johnson as a storyteller is really talented. I just think that he took his sensibilities that he would take for Looper or take for Knives Out and brought it to Star Wars. And I think people just weren't ready for the marriage of those two things.
Because to continue on with the point of me bringing that movie up is I think that movie, I don't know whether you would say it started the trend, because Last Jedi made a fuck ton of money. People people don't give the devil its due, even in my side of the fence. I feel that movie was incredibly successful financially.
Didn't it almost make almost like $2 billion? Like, I know it's short of $2 billion. Like it's pretty close. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. And of course, the argument from my preference to be, well, yeah, but look where we are now, outing wise, with like Andor as the shining bastion of goodness, and I'll back with everything else.
Don't preach to the choir in that one. I'm not exactly a Disney shill, as people have said about me before.
I know, I've noticed this because I did some research for this.
Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
Yeah,
a lot of people aren't Disney shills, apparently. Especially like Oscar Isaac, who came out and said that he's not going to work with Disney apparently anymore.
Oh yeah, I can't exactly blame him either. No actor, I think,
John
Boyega too. I mean, Oscar Isaac was repeatedly undercut by Disney, in multiple franchises. I think anyway. I think Disney really took advantage of Oscar Isaac without realizing what talent they had right there in their hands. Multiple times.
Yeah, and then And then, at that point in the tale of Last Jedi comes out, and then circumstantially, I would almost say there were quite a few movies that succeeded, either trying to, I would say, replicate its, so to speak, success financially, or like just trying to copy the sort of idea of, okay, yeah, we'll do something different, we'll do something big, something bold, right? And then they fuck it up. And I think because the ecosystem was so heavily influenced by Last Jedi, I think it absolutely gave rise to a lot of people whose understanding was. They realize, okay, they did this thing, this subversion, this subversive element, right, for the story, for the classical story structure as they understand it, and then that must be bad then, and everything else is bad, and it's had rippling effects down to, you have people calling things like God of War Ragnarok. Don't know if you've played it. Fantastic story
amazing.
In a game.
One of my favorite pictures of Thor, I might add. I love that version of Thor.
Agreed.
Oh,
yeah,
it's fantastic.
I like him a lot. And people will look at that and be like, oh, this doesn't do classical, storytelling in a certain sense, even though it absolutely does in a lot of ways. But there's some subversive elements of it, like what happens with, not to spoil too much, it's been a long enough time. Yeah. What happens with a particular dog at a particular time would be one such example, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, and so I do think that it's you are right in a certain sense about the aspect of like media literacy, so to speak, where like it's important to understand that convention doesn't breed. It can breed success if you do it well, but there's also value in trying to do things unconventionally and succeeding. But then my rejoinder to that would be, I think too many people sometimes try to do it unconventionally, and at the end of the day, if you aim for the stars and miss, you'll end up worse off than the guy who aimed for the moon and landed. Right? Would
Agreed.
Be my sort of my way to describe it.
I always think of the Picasso, and this is how I was taught Picasso back in the day. Picasso learned how to make a classical painting perfectly first, and then decided to fuck it up a little bit. It's that kind of mentality. You got to know how to build a house before you do something creative. And here's the blunt truth. Most people are not Rian Johnson. They are not as talented as Rian Johnson. And I think it was a combination of two things, I'd say. I think Last Jedi is one of them, yes. I think the other one is The Last of Us 2. I think... Yeah, in terms of the thing that broke criticism online, or at least broke the minds of certain critics. And I generally like both Last of Us games. I think they both have a lot of good to them. I think the decision, though, to kill Joel so early in Last of Us 2, spoilers, by the way, for a game that's been spoiled for everyone.
Literally everyone knows, twice now because of the TV show. So.
Exactly. The Joel in 1 was a very effective golfing technique that was done twice on home screens. But, I think, it from a story perspective, I get why they did that. It makes total sense from a story perspective why they did that. But it's like the Alien 3 solution, You spend all this time getting to love these characters and really care about them, and then they're killed in a way that's cruel at the beginning of the story, and it just puts a bad taste in your mouth, no matter how good the rest of it is. And I think a lot of the criticisms of Last of Us 2 were based on homophobia. I think that's undeniable. I think a lot of it was they were. With Abby, they were calling her trans to dismiss the story from before the game came out. There was a lot of bigotry rooted in some of the feedback and some of the reaction. That's undeniable. But I think for general audiences, the big thing was you had this character who you loved, or at least deeply cared about, or projected yourself onto in some way. And early on, he's gone. And then you just have to go, okay, well, now we're within this miserable, sad world that perfectly communicates what it's trying to do. None of that is badly communicated to the audience. It's soul crushingly oppressive. But it's just, you're stuck in this miserable situation, and you're just upset you lost someone who you liked, Look at the viewership for the show. How many people stopped watching the moment that Joel was killed? Because they loved this character.
Yeah, it became panned. Yeah. It's what got Neil Druckmann fired. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good the rest of the show is. You lost your audience, and that's a case. And Abby's a great character. I think Abby, I think Abby being this very built, buff, physically terrifying character was lost in translation in the adaptation, but I don't want to body shame the actress for not being like, you know, like 70 pounds of muscle heavier, but like you get the idea, you know, that's, you know, whatever. But like none of it matters because you're disengaged. That's it. You lost your audience with that one decision.
The big problem with Abby, in terms of Last of Us 2, you know, from that perspective as well, of she kills Joel, and then you play the Abby perspective, and it's like, man, that sets me so hard against this person already. I like literally when that happened, as I was playing it, my immediate reaction was like, I don't want to fucking play this game, like in more ways than one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like it's a video game I like to reference a lot, but because you can build up a character to do something terrible and then be like understanding. Have you ever played Spec Ops: The Line, or are you familiar with it at all?
Fantastic game.
Yeah,
that's one of my go-tos for like that era of like shooters where I'm like, no, this is what I wish
really
Call of Duty was. If Call of Duty was like this, that was
excellent
disturbing.
Video game.
Yeah,
excellent video game.
I played it in college. A friend of mine was like, no, you gotta play this. I'm like, what is this? Like some dumb COD knockoff? Like, no, freaking amazing.
No, fuck you.
COD wishes it was that. Yeah.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, and but like Martin Walker in that game is by the end certainly a very unlikable character in a lot of ways. However, in a sense, number one, he's also you because you're the one who ultimately, you know, had the decision to keep playing, and for two, you kind of understand why he made, like, if you review the, you know, all of his decisions, it's like, man, I don't fucking know what I would do in that situation, you know, like with the information that I had at the time. And with Abby, if you just had it, okay, we can be doing the back and forth from the get-go. We play bit as Ellie, bit as Abby, and then we can climax the game with Abby killing Joel, and then we can do a part 3 because we'll actually have, you know, the capital to do a part 3 or the interest. That could have worked a lot better. Also, fun fact, Specks of the Line, one of the main derivatives of Heart of Darkness, which I think will be relevant.
It will be, yeah. I was going to say Spec Ops is a Heart of Darkness adaptation, so that'd be fun to discuss when we get to it, because that's going to be a whole thing. Oh, sorry, Kino, I feel like we've been talking over you this time.
Oh, no, you're good, because I've been, like, messing around with my mic, like, just trying to make sure, like, I'm heard properly on my end. But yeah, like, I agree with Jan, like, there are a ton of personal issues I take with The Last of Us 2, but the big one is the fact that they kill off Joel so early and try to work backwards by showing us Abby, why Abby did it, instead of just starting out with that initially, at least. But it's so easy to have like her kill Joel in the climax, because I feel as though they could have like killed Tommy instead, and that drives Joel to go get revenge on Abby and the others, and then it could naturally develop into that being his own demise, leading to his own demise, I should say.
You know, I have a different argument for structure, and I'm going to base it on another story that killed off the main character at this point in the story, or at least a main character. Have it in the middle. Do it all chronological, you know, and have the second half of the game be like that, because I think a lot of the movie Psycho, right? The movie Psycho, the big killing that's in the middle of the film, and that's one of those iconic bits in the thing, and you build up to it. You're not expecting it, because you know the way it's paced. Like, if you play a game to its end, you kind of expect something bad to happen, you know. So you want to keep that surprise. You want to keep that sense of being unseated a little bit. And I think if you know what motivated her, you know what led to it, it feels more cathartic. But then you're like, okay, crap, what happens next? Well, they can do it. I know they want to end with that sense of the cycle of revenge and moving past all that pain, because this can cause more pain. And I think that's what they want to end with it on. But also, they're never going to make a Last of Us 3. Let's be blunt about it. That would have been how the series ended if you did it that way. They would never go past 2. Are you kidding? These game franchise, I mean, it's not like Valve, who can't count to 3, but still, Naughty Dog's not making a third one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys think The Last of Us Part 2 would have benefited from like having like player choice, or just like multiple endings?
I think
like
a lot I think a lot would, yeah. I think most games would benefit from player choice. But I also get that it's harder to figure out how to do. I feel like with Naughty Dog, they have their world so perfectly structured. Maybe like certain choices throughout, you know, like certain decisions, but not the whole game should be too flexible, I think.
I think there should absolutely be room for like when like when you're fighting her, like when you're fighting Ellie and stuff like that, like, you know, not even saying that has to influence the whole thing, but like there being decisions that you can make in that fight that like change the outcome in some way, right? Like in like a minor way. Or like at the end, Last of Us 2, the easiest one would be, do you choose to execute Abby or not, right? Like that would be one that, and then you could have two endings, right? And more or less, and try to make, you know, still get your point across, but make them like neutral, because the vibe that I got from the Last of Us 2 ending was like, you know, it would be like kind of Monte Cristo, if you're familiar with that, but Dante, but Dante's kills everyone except Mondego, Danglars, and Villefort, and then at the end he just goes, "All right, fuck you, I'm riding off," and it'd be like,
"You can go now."
That's kind of weird.
I'll let you live.
Exactly.
Destitute.
Yeah, it's like what? Yeah, exactly. It's like what?
Yeah, no. That's when that's my wife's favorite book. Count of Monte Cristo.
It's mine as well, actually.
Yeah. It's one I got to revisit because it's been ages. But no, I agree with you on that one. It's good.
There was a good French adaptation, film adaptation of it from last year that I saw.
I heard about
Count of Monte Cristo.
Wasn't
you should check it out.
I heard about it, but I didn't see it. I heard it was really good. You ever?
It is good.
This might be a bad example. You ever see the anime adaptation of Count of Monte Cristo?
Isn't there doesn't that have mechs in it?
I forget if it has mechs in it, but I remember like the visual, because I saw it like, I watched that and Code Geass back to back. So for me, I'm like, the elements kind of blur together in hindsight. That's another one that got to revisit. But I remember like the art style for that one being so incredible, like just a beautiful, like the colors and all that. Like anyway, this is a vague reference. I'm like half remembering this show. I'm like, wait, were there mechs in it? I remember there being mechs in it. My brain's all. After a while, you watch these shows and they become back like years later. Like, wait, was that mix? I mean, it's probably like a big part of it, but my brain doesn't remember it. After like 15 years, or however long ago it was. But no, anyway. So I want to play a few supers real quick because a lot of them have built up. If you don't mind,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's fine.
And there might be some points. If there's a good one, I might just bring it up in discussion because there might be a few good ones. Let me just play a few real quick.
Yeah, sounds good.
Alt account for Thells super chatted $1.99. Sri Ant, I missed the beginning of the stream MB.
Don't worry, you jumped in right the right part there, buddy.
Olivia Williams super chatted $3.57.
That's a good one right here.
Like in Goldfinger when Bond get out of his wetsuit in the cold open and he's wearing a perfectly dry suit under it when he was just diving second ago.
Yeah, that drives me nuts. I hate those plot holes there. That's a big one. Well, like an inconsistency.
Bob of the Old Ways super chatted $5. There is a huge flub in Fellowship of the Ring. How did Aragorn get out of the shield that pinned his head to the tree? It vexes me to this day.
I assume you just pulled the shield off, but that's not a bad point, actually. It is a bit of an odd thing.
Olivia Williams super chatted $9.99. Really, Game of Thrones had not been good since seasons 4 ended.
Agreed.
The last season, people just ran out of excuses. They couldn't say it will pay off later anymore.
I'll be honest, I thought even season 4 was a downgrade for Game of Thrones. The further from the book they went, you know?
John Salter, Lasers88, super chatted $5 per Hollywood Reporter. One battle after another will come to streaming this Friday.
That's exciting. I'm happy about that. That's good. One battle after another is coming on streaming this Friday.
Cassie Hoge super chatted $1.90.
Nice.
Y'all talking about them killing off Joel and losing audience reminds me of when they killed Glenn in The Walking Dead.
Yeah, when they killed Glenn, exactly.
I wasn't even watching TWD at the time,
talking about
but
The
my
Walking
Twitter
Dead.
TML was freaking devastating.
See, I
relation to Joel, yeah.
I read the comic.
Oh, wait.
I read the comic.
Just two more. Sorry.
Stingertopia super chatted
Hold that
$5.
thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm so happy seeing actual criticism of stuff I dislike and not the weird stuff where any and all problems are supposedly because of minorities.
100%. All the stuff with Last of Us 2, the minority discussion distracted from the actual structural issues. I agree. 100%.
Scorpion Wolf super chatted $5. Personally, I want Part 3 to end with Ellie dying willingly by having the procedure from the first game, finally getting the cure.
That would be something. But yeah, no, discussions of whether or not a movie's woke or something distracts from actual discussion about plot structure. It's I see it as so much of a distraction personally. I agree with that comment. And it's reductive because the issues are usually structural or storytelling mechanics. But to reiterate the question, Kino, the question about Glenn, it was saying, with Joel being killed off, it reminded, and that losing audience interest, that reminded them of how when Glenn was killed off in Walking Dead, how it was such a big deal and people were so upset and devastated, how it killed momentum for the Walking Dead show, I think.
Yeah, well, I have like an interesting perspective because I read both the comic and watched the show, so I knew Glenn's death was coming, but I didn't feel a desire to stop reading the comic when Glenn died, because they simultaneously introduced a new character, Negan, whose like presence is like he's such a fascinating character. I would say he's one of the best characters. So when one great character exits, another one enters. That's how I viewed it. But apparently audiences didn't really get that same had that same feeling with Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing Negan. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, if he didn't really capture the presence Negan did. But that's certainly how I felt, at least, because I didn't feel as though I didn't think he captured the same amount of charm. I felt as though someone like Henry Rollins would have been casted much better.
That's interesting too. I don't disagree with you on that one. I think Jeffrey Dean Morgan, I think he got Negan like that charismatic side of him really well, but there's some bits of it where I'm like, I'm not intimidated by him all that much in certain. Yeah. I know he's supposed to be like this scary guy, but I always kind of see him as like, I don't know. There's something about it that doesn't scare. I don't know what it is. I might be the minority in that one. I don't know.
Yeah, but besides that though, The Walking Dead was on decline for a while. It really shat the bed, if I'm being quite honest, because they differed from comics quite a bit. And I'm not saying that in order to tell a good story, it has to be a one-to-one adaptation of the comics, but I would take a one-to-one adaptation of The Walking Dead comic series specifically over what we got on the show, because I just felt like there was like a lot of filler of just following characters that weren't in the comic, but they didn't really end up doing a whole lot of note.
I know what you're saying there. Yeah, I didn't read all the comic, but I read enough of the early stuff to know that the show was taking a lot of deviations in terms of style, in terms of what was happening, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I will say this. Oh, I'm going to play this one super chat just because my mod Kyle is saying it about Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Go ahead.
And it's a good point.
Kyla T super chatted $5. Bless Jeffrey Dean Morgan, but I have John Winchester PTSD. I can't look at him without just thinking Supernatural.
Yeah, accurate. If you've ever seen Supernatural, it ruins Jeffrey Dean Morgan forever. I agree.
It is.
But the example I was going to think of in terms of adaptation, there's some adaptations that are very loose but really good. The Shining is a good example of that. But for me, the example of an adaptation that bugged me the most would be Game of Thrones. And it's some of the seasons that people think of as some of the best stuff. There's minor changes that ruin entire scenes for me. A great example of this is in season 4 of Game of Thrones, when it's right after Joffrey dies in the Purple Wedding, whatever. And there's the intimate scene between the Lannisters. I almost said Lancasters, I had Shakespeare brain rot.
That's what they're based on. It's Roll the Roses.
Yeah, very similar. I just put a video out about Shakespeare, so my brain is still Shakespeare coded. It's terrible. Anyway, but the point is, that scene in the book is purely consensual. It's a scene of two broken people coming together. In the show, it's not consensual.
Yeah, I agree.
And it ruins the scene.
It also doesn't really make sense for Jamie, because at that point, Jamie is getting character development, right? So I don't know what the fuck. It was weird. I agree.
It's a terrible decision. I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. And that showed, and I think that was reflective of all the problems that would come later. They wanted to go for the shocking stuff to stun you and not actually made sense with the characterization. Anyway, I think we've talked a lot. Do you want to go on to the video? I know you have. That was a big thing you wanted to discuss.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna bring it up on my screen as well, just so I can reference what's going on to my audience in case you didn't see what happened in the video. I'll move this over a little bit. But I'm sorry, as I'm getting set up, you can...
Hey guys, KinoFlex here.
Go away. I beat your screen trying to mine. Don't worry about it. Sorry about that.
Well, I was gonna bring up one point that I think we're gonna it's gonna be quite easy for. It's pertaining to the video, not to worry.
Okay.
This one should be quite easy for us to get past. It's the I know it's in the video as well, but the Neil Gaiman thing.
Yes, that's a
obviously
yeah. Good
yeah.
point.
So obviously, I'm conscious of the fact that it's seeming now that more and more likely, as far as I'm aware of the story, which I've not followed it intensely, but it's all but certain that he did some very, very bad things.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been, because of circumstances, kind of forced to follow that story very closely, and unfortunately, yeah, I can. It's very likely he did everything he's accused of. I would be shocked if he wasn't, honestly.
The thing that I was going to say though is with and it happens at some point because I watched your full response. It happens at some point with a similar sort of a thing, which is Neil Gaiman giving writing advice, or even a. All right, I want to be very clear before I say this, all right, because I am a fantasy fan, my cred's on the line, all right? The absolute fucking cinematic dumpster fire that is the Aragon movie adaptation.
I don't get why he cited that one of all the examples he could choose. That one, I'm like,
yeah, no. I understand. I understand completely. I was like taken aback, but in both cases, right? It's like the meme, the worst person you know made a good point. It's like that's sort of that's a concept that I would apply to it, right? Where it's like, okay, sure, Neil Gaiman, seemingly very, very bad guy. However, unquestionably written some A+ material, right? So if he, heaven help us if everything that he does is true. Hopefully, he'll be from a prison cell. But I would still be interested to hear what he has to say about about writing.
And
conversely, in Aragon,
and here's a personal anecdote too, I should probably say too, to get some bias out of the way. Aside from the obvious piece of bias everyone references whenever they talk about me with Neil Gaiman. I actually did study a lot of his lectures on storytelling. I knew exactly what lecture that was because I had seen it in the past. And I would say a lot of it is very helpful from a writing perspective. But it's like citing Roman Polanski, it's like, he's very talented, but why him specifically do you want to mention right now in this instance? For me, it's, yes, the advice is beneficial, but I mentioned for the stream, Stephen King on writing says the exact same thing. Like, I have a quote I have a book, another writing book right next to me where they reference Jack Ketchum. I think Jack Ketchum also has some allegations, so I should preface it by saying I don't know if he's totally innocent either, but he says the exact same thing in more Jack Ketchum-y terms, which if you know who Jack Ketchum is, then you know it's bloody and disgusting what he says and uncomfortable.
So the argument from my preference, of course, would be and this would be everyone can have whatever levels of benefits of the doubt they want to give, but in a video like that, if my intent is to appear neutral, which you're under no obligation to do, by the way, because I mean he wasn't neutral on you, but like my point would be it's imminently conceivable that it's just he's most familiar with Neil Gaiman's comments. He might be unaware of those other two. Because Stephen King is a big one. I'll give you that one. But also Stephen King is more. When I think of people who give writing advice, my mind goes to Brandon Sanderson and unfortunately Neil Gaiman before Stephen King. I would say.
I think it's also because Stephen King wrote one great book on it, and I feel like didn't do a bunch of lectures on it like Brandon Sanderson does.
Exactly, because people don't really read books, and also obviously Brandon Sanderson.
You're not wrong, unfortunately.
And then Brandon Sanderson's lectures are all available online. That it's very convenient, right? You can get many of them for free, as far as I'm aware, as well, if you know where to look. So it's I would just simply say it's not obviously. I got the point that you made in the video, which was like, this is kind of weird that it's like tone deaf, right? You would say. But the argument from my preference would be, okay, maybe it is, but then ultimately to the point, as far as the point's concerned, irrelevant, right? That'd be where I kind of adjudicate
it. Like in my response, like I know I wanted to go over this in like a linear fashion, but since we're discussing it,
of course, however you want to do
it. My issue with that was more so. You didn't really engage with like what Neil Gaiman was saying in that instance. You said, "Oh, you're referencing Neil Gaiman," and you kind of moved past it. I feel like you could have like addressed what he was saying a bit more. Like fuck Neil Gaiman, of course, but I felt as though like he like what it had, what he was saying, like ties into Literature Devil's overall thesis. Besides responding to you of like the importance of being intellectually honest or valuing universal truths in storytelling.
Yes, that's true. And I think this is one thing too that I think is an important thing to consider with my entire response as a whole. One big issue I had with the entire discussion was I felt like a lot of it didn't really respond to what I was talking about. It felt like if this had been just its own video essay, right, about honesty and storytelling and all that, that's useful, that's beneficial. But I never felt like he ever tied in the idea of truth to what I was saying in my video originally, because I felt like it kind of jumped in terms of his perspective. It's like, okay, what is intellectual truth? What is honesty? What is adherence to the earnestness of a story? Now, to reference the Jack Ketchum quote from another author who probably has allegations. I forget it. He might not have allegations. I'm not sure. I think I vaguely remember them being said, but I'm not.
But I don't know.
So. Oh, he does. I hope he doesn't. I hope I'm wrong. I'm going off of like vague memory. So that's always that's the most reliable of all sources.
Guy in chat said he doesn't. So that's if that's not bulletproof.
Okay.
Yeah,
there we go. Thank God. Okay, good. I can reference it then. I'm kidding. With Jack Ketchum, the idea.
That's bulletproof. That guy in chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Why would anyone on the internet lie? Are you kidding? Honesty in that story was saying here's I think the scene he described in one of his books, I forget which one it was. Some kids break into a house, and it's like a Last House on the Left, Hills Have Eyes situation where they heard an animal. They killed this man's dog, and he talked about how the scene lingered on the moment, not really taking a look at the dramatic or melodrama of the scene, but doing like the matter-of-fact details of the moment and just describing those matter-of-fact details, and how he felt like that was so much more devastating than if he had shown him wailing to the sky. For me, that's intellectual honesty. That's what the Neil Gaiman quote is saying, kind of going with what's the honesty of the moment, the honesty of the human experience. That's what that quote tells me. The problem is I don't see that correlate with what Literature Devil's argument was, because he's talking about like archetypal storytelling. He's talking about the mechanics of writing. Well, I'm like, yeah, but that's not really the same thing as intellectual honesty. You have to kind of look at it and go, well, how does this really tie in with what you're talking about? And I watched the whole video again to make sure I didn't miss anything before this stream started. I never really saw him tied into any specific detail. Because he talks a lot, because the thing with Literature Devil, my big critique of him, and I know you make a comment at the end of your video about how I'm dismissive of his point. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But I'm dismissive because I felt so much if it didn't matter. Like really, what he was saying could have been condensed, because so many of his points, they beleaguer themselves. They're points for points, their own point's sake, but they don't really. If you're making a response, they should be responses. They should be engaging or disengaging with what's being said. I felt like a lot of it, he just wanted to hear himself talk. And I feel that's the issue with the honesty point. I don't think he ever was honest. I think he was talking. I mean, that's not true. That's maybe a little too much. I don't think he was ever anchoring the honesty to something tangible. Because, we can talk about honesty all we want. You can talk about, is this meaningful? Is it true to life? Is it true to a human experience? But we're talking then about if it conforms to the monomyth. Like, we're talking about Save the Cat and like how a story, if it doesn't fit Save the Cat, it's bad because it's not honest. Like, that's not what honesty means. Honesty is like saying, watching a movie and having like someone either cry to the heavens when something bad happens or have a moment where they just have a small like stillness, that's, or an uncertainty or a shock. To use another work from an author whose work is marred by his reputation, Joss Whedon's Buffy episode, The Body. One of the greatest episodes of that show.
All-time greats,
Easy.
Yeah, for sure.
That's honest, because it's so cold and so unpleasant, and you're stuck there, and that's honesty. And it completely subverts archetypes. It completely subverts story structure. If Literature Devil's video was about that honesty, 100%, that quote would have been relevant. But Neil Gaiman saying a scene is honest, it's like that doesn't correlate. The closest he gets is discussion about, Chinawa Achebe and that whole discussion, which I think also, I think what we're getting, and I was looking at what we were saying before on Twitter about this too. I feel like there's another case where we're not seeing eye to eye on this topic. But I also think it's a matter of how we argue online keeps us from seeing what the other person's trying to say, I think, in fairness. Mm. But even then, closest there is where the point comes across. His discussions about, Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, and it's like, well, now you're editorializing. Now you're going into the ideas of what inspired the writers to tell the stories, but then you forget other quotes by Stan Lee. So Stan Lee, for example, and this is a little sidetrack, but I'm just addressing something I didn't bring up in the video because I had written it out in a script, and I'm like, that doesn't really, I cut it because I didn't think it really added anything to the response, or I was doing the same thing he was doing, I was spiraling into a point that didn't really add up to the conclusion. Stan Lee said, and I can find a video clip if I really, really want to, but I've plugged in other videos I've played before. Stan Lee was saying how when he first made, again, Stan Lee, of course, is not a totally credible witness of his own writing. He's embellished a lot. His argument was he did not intend on the X-Men ever being an allegory for anything. He wrote them because he wanted an easy solution to give guys superpowers. That is true. Yeah. But he also said that as he was writing it, he found that he was just not deliberately lifting from anything, but because he was telling the story he was telling, he noticed it did run parallel, incidentally, not intentionally, but incidentally, to things happening around him. Because you write what you know, right? And if your real life has that, whether you realize it or not, it's bleeding into the work. It's not a deliberate metaphor. And he would admit he would put stuff in the background to kind of reference it on occasion, but it wasn't deliberate. It was just his truth, his perspective of reality.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point of when people say that everything, like all art is political, because it's in the current today context of today.
Yeah,
not necessarily partisan politics per se, but more so like communicating an unconscious worldview that's a byproduct of where and how they're living their life at that moment.
100% agree with that. Yeah, no, exactly that. All art is political, not because you're going to get like friggin' someone going on a grandstand and telling you why you should vote Democrat next election. That's not at all. It's just the work exists, and it exists in response to the world in some way. Even escapist media, Okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
If I could, no, I was gonna say because this is actually where I think I have some disagreements. If I was to, I don't even necessarily know disagreements. It's just so my quibble with that terminology. This might just be a me thing, but it's surely at that point we could just say like everything in reality is political in a certain sense.
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, that's fair enough. I would probably, because the thing where I'm coming from is at that point I would sooner say all things are, like tethered to reality. Yeah. Which, it seems like a trivially true statement, but I would say it's no less trivially true than saying everything's political, if you know what I mean.
I would say influenced by reality rather than tethered, because you can have a work that is deliberately untethered, but it's still in reference to what is real. You know what I mean? Like, it's not grounded in the realism, but it's a response to the realism. Just like an escapist media, you're responding. Like all the, to use an example with anime, why are so many isekai anime about people who die at boring jobs going to a world where they can have all the women in the world and they have all the powers in the world and the best person in the world ever? It's not because it's reflecting their reality. It's reflecting what they wish from reality. And that's political, essentially.
I trust you know who Slavoj Zizek is.
Yes. I'm aware.
Yeah. So he has this. He once did this like video. I don't know if it was like for. I forget who it was for, but it was like where he was analyzing They Live, John Carpenter's They Live, and the power of like subversion and propaganda, like how you can be subtly influenced by messages in films that aren't even necessarily intentional. And
you're not immune to propaganda. That's a joke for a reason. You aren't, no matter who you are.
But at the same time, like I feel like a lot of that opens the door to a lot of over analyzation. Like you can look for certain things that's not necessarily there. But if you tell yourself that it is enough times, then you convince yourself that it is. Like, I trust you know what Chainsaw Man is, Tatsuki Fujimoto.
Oh yeah, Chainsaw Man. Never heard that before. my artist currently didn't just redesign his avatar to look like freaking Chainsaw Man. Yeah, no, 100%. No, I don't. Of course.
Okay. Well, do you like he's written a bunch of great one shots. One of such is I know that a bunch of them were recently animated and put on Amazon, but one of the ones that wasn't was just listen to the song. I don't know if you've read that.
I admit I'm less familiar with the one shots. I will say that. So if you can hold my hand a little bit with this one, I'll pick up on it. But you know,
yes. So it's a very short one shot, but the story is essentially about a boy confessing to his this girl he likes, and he posts it's with a song he posted on YouTube. And she says, "Sorry, not interested." But the video actually blows up, and because people see all sorts of things, and they impart all of their their different perspectives on it. Like, there's a ghost that somehow shows up. There's other weird occurrences that happen in the video, and people start putting their own spin on what the video is about, like what the song's about. Like they say,
like a Rorschach test, almost, right?
Yeah, exactly, like that. And like you have people saying, "Oh, this is commenting on American gun culture." Like this cat, like that represents a sun. Like all these wild interpretations, and then the boy releases another song, but nobody likes it. It doesn't have like the same sort of impact the original one had, which got around 400 million views, some crazy number like that. But this one didn't do as well. And by the end, you think, oh well, is this a lesson about how you don't chase fame? But in the end, the girl comes up to him and she says, "I saw your video. And you were referencing that time you were spending time with me, or painting a picture of me when we were kids," and that's how it ends. It's kind of ambiguous as to whether or not she that was when she decided to give him a chance, started to go on dates with him, reciprocate his feelings. But to me, that short story is Tatsuki Fujimoto commenting on the success of his works, specifically Chainsaw Man, where you have a bunch of people commenting, looking at a work that he didn't expect to become so popular, and give all of their interpretations that aren't really there. And if you really want to know what it was about, you just listen to the song. Hence why the one shot is called "Just Listen to the Song." So while I agree that certain outlooks from authors can be are a byproduct of their times, I think it's impossible for someone to deny that. I also think that it's a lot of people apply really reach for political themes, political allegories that just aren't there.
That's fair, and I think though too. Okay, so I'm going to give an example here. What I'm going to say before I give the example I want to give. Again, reference Tolkien again, because I've been head deep in a piece on this exact topic, actually, specifically involving themes of racism in fantasy. How we kind of, so it's relevant to that, kind of how we project what we kind of expect on these media works, when really the intentionality might be different. But then there's also coding and this, that, and the third. But again, to make a big thing short, Tolkien did not believe in allegory. He rejected it whole right, but he loved applicability. The idea that we apply our experiences and perspectives onto a work. And so you see a lot of people who might apply or connect to a certain type of character. And then they kind of say, well, here's the experience that my lived experience is now on this work. I can see myself through this. And that's a great example. That's a great thing right there. But you also see people who kind of reach the opposite, or say, no, that's invalid because because my interpretation is this. And they're both interpretations. They're both anchored to the work. but there's a quite difference between this. What is the author intending versus what is the reader applying? And that's tricky.
Yeah.
Because there isn't a clear-cut line there, and it's a tough conversation too, because the moment you say this means this, you turn someone else off. You turn them off the conversation because it's like, no, I don't think it's that. I think it means this. Whatever this might be, and it's tough. It's very tough to just say what you interpret sometimes. If it's controversial, if it deals with a topic that is divisive, if it deals with something that another person might see and not agree with, to even begin the conversation as to how you got to that conclusion. And I think that's a tricky part too with discussion. Sometimes you can have a good argument, but unless the other person's willing to engage with it, it can be tough. And a good example that I want to go at is King Kong. Because a lot of people have analyzed King Kong in circles where discussion is not cut off at the pass, and come up with interpretations.
Tarantino.
Yeah, exactly. Tarantino, exactly. Tarantino's the exact example.
He thought it was like an allegory for the enslaved black man. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was not Tarantino's original idea. That was a commonly discussed interpretation in schools way before Tarantino. He didn't come up with that. He lifted it from that. But you have that outside the academic area, and people go, "What are you talking about?" Like you in academia, that conversation goes swimmingly. Everyone's like, "Yeah, that makes sense." They listen to you and they go, "Okay, that's a logical, applicable message." You walk outside university and like people go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like it's very interesting how the different audience you communicate that to will react differently. And I think
it's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I basically said my piece on that.
No, that's fine. Because I was going to actually tying back to the whole lit depth thing as well. Because I think which way I'm going to go to with next is we're already kind of doing it out of order.
Mm-hmm.
Heart of Darkness.
Yes.
One of my favorite books. I'm conscious of the subject of much raging discourse, as both you, Lit Dev, and I think have pointed out to an extent. Due to the nature of it. My reading of the book, and this is maybe we'll get to this again, and then we can move over to obviously Achebe's commentaries and takes on it.
I also have Achebe's his essay pulled up. If you guys want to read through that, it's like
it's
15 pages.
It's a fantastic little read. I will say this too before we get on this topic, because I do want to point out my issue with your and Lit Dev's response to it. The initial point was just that the essay changed how people read Heart of Darkness, and that's it. That's the whole point. And I feel like that got away with everyone.
And like respectfully, I think like everyone, like Literature Devil and I like both understood that, like, because this is something that wasn't included in your video, but Literature Devil said at a certain point in his response to you that he's not necessarily saying your points are wrong. He's not like directly responding to your points initially, but he is just like weighing in on how like his examples also strengthen his own. That was like the point I got out of it. It wasn't necessarily saying like you're wrong for using the essay or like your interpretation of the essay, but he was just like saying, okay, but Achebe would like agree with me, like he would agree with my like stance on universal truths.
To trace the argument, it was you bring up Achebe's essay, Achebe's essay and novel both, because to my understanding the essay predates the novel. Yes, I'm not getting my timelines fucked up there, am I?
I'm not. The more I say it, the less positive I am. That might be a fuck up on my part originally if I said the essay came first, but I think but they definitely influenced the two.
Well, I have it brought up right now, like his essay, and it does mention things fall apart.
An image come afterwards. Then that's probably it.
Okay. That is possible. Because of course, the big thing with the nature of Achebe, and obviously, so your point was criticism can be valuable, which I would say that's trivially true, but also that's obviously not wrong. You're not wrong to point that out. And then Literature Devil was trying to make the point about the nature of like honesty and representation and universal truths in storytelling, and then the particular Achebe quote, which I'm sure we'll get to, where you both kind of to me, it was funny as a viewer, and maybe we can, discuss that more, in a bit. But when I was looking at it, I was like, so your interpretations are both valid as far as I'm concerned, but you're both claiming one is more inherently valid than the other. But I actually don't think they're mutually exclusive because literature devils. Oh, go ahead.
No, I completely agree with Jan. I didn't think that they were like mutually exclusive at all. Like you could say. Like your takeaway could be that Achebe believed in universal truths, and he also believed Heart of Darkness was racist, and like yeah.
Again, to like set it as far as my understanding was, so Achebe in his essay says Europe, and this is both of these obviously predate things like the internet and Discord, where I could very easily talk to a person from Africa on a whim if I had a mind to. But this is from a time period, and particularly the time period Joseph Conrad lived in. And a bit of the background actually by the writing of Heart of Darkness, much of it was inspired by an event, I don't know, but are you familiar with it, but the Emin Pasha rescue operation it was an expedition headed by Henry Morton Stanley. And Heart of Darkness was actually written in response to when Henry Morton Stanley returned, because that expedition, while successful in its goal of quote-unquote rescuing this person, had like a horrific Kurtz-style disaster happen with its rear column where there was an officer by the name of Bartlott who just went insane and some just horrific things happened. Look it up if you have a strong stomach. I'm not kidding. There's some extremely fucked up shit.
I'm vaguely aware of the real story, so I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on it. But from what I know, it is deeply disturbing.
Yeah. And that was sort of the big I think approach that Achebe was tackling Heart of Darkness, which is not an invalid one, by the way. It was that most of Europe's understanding of Africa was from people like Stanley returning from expeditions and sharing, their exploits in Africa as adventurous. So the perspective is, it's literally the meme, right? Like our noble, this thing, they're brutish, that thing, right?
Yeah.
And so that's of course a valid point. So his depiction was, and I think literature definitely even agreed with this in the way he was responding, of like, Europe had this perspective of Africa. Achebe wanted to get the real picture there because, truth is important and sunlight is the best disinfectant and all of these things. But equally, in his own novel, Things Fall Apart, he did not go out of his way to mythologize Africa as this, winter wonderland where everything goes perfectly and everything's sunny all the time, which is I think what Dev was highlighting to support his point about universal truths. And then again, you're not wrong to say this, pointing out that but Achebe also wanted to do that former thing that I just articulated, pointing out that Europe has the perspective of Europe on Africa was dramatically askew, and in some ways, for some people continues to be so. So of course, you see what I mean? Neither of you are wrong. You're just both saying, well, this is the really important part of the quote. And I'm like, well, they're both important, right?
Well,
as a viewer.
To an extent, I know what you're saying. And I don't disagree with, to an extent, what you're saying. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Kino. I'm sorry. You say a piece first before I go into anything. So
no, you're good. Yeah, I was just going to ask if you're familiar with the philosophy or literary movement of naturalism.
Yes.
If you're familiar with authors
who
subscribe to that. Like, because there are various authors who apply, like, who subscribe to that mindset, but most notably would be Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, like with Blood Meridian being the best example of his work. Like, because it's in a lot of ways.
Darkness is really good too, by the way. Out of Darkness is really good.
But there's a point to this like comparison, because like Cormac McCarthy was very much inspired by Heart of Darkness. He was very much inspired by Joseph Conrad's writing for his own, and you can really tell that in Blood Meridian, because even though it's a depiction of the Wild West, it's very much not a romanticization. Because it's in the same way Heart of Darkness can be called a critique of colonialism, Blood Meridian can be seen as a criticism of Manifest Destiny because of how brutal everyone is. But it's not simply the cowboys, the main characters, who are painted in terrible light or a savage light, it's also the indigenous tribes, like and their style of scalping.
Mm-hmm.
So, my question to you is, if you would consider Heart of Darkness to be racist, would you also consider Blood Meridian racist under the same reasoning?
Okay, so those are two questions. I'll answer the Blood Meridian one first, since it's, I think, the easier one to answer. I would say Blood Meridian has some problematic elements. That's not the same thing I would say as racism. Blood Meridian, though, is such a cynical view of all humanity. You know, everything is violent, everything is brutal, and it's like, is it racist if you're painting all of humanity with the same extremely violent brush? I don't know. I also will say that Heart of Darkness has a different problem than Blood Meridian, because Blood Meridian characterizes everyone. Yes, they're characterized with brutality and cruelty, but the reason why Heart of Darkness is considered racist isn't because it's violent. It's considered racist because it kind of mutes the culture in Africa. It becomes just this savage, monstrous force. Whereas in Blood Meridian, with each sequence, you get a sense of what's happening. You understand why what's happening is happening. It's not like just chaos. It is chaos, but it's like there's a pattern to it. There's a structure. There's a society. There are characters with wants and desires and intentionality. Whereas in Heart of Darkness, they're all kind of painted with the same sort of nebulous, violent brush. That doesn't seem to make much sense.
Well, if I could respond to that,
no, go for it.
unless you're like a.
I was talking in general terms to answer the question, but you can. I'm sure there's a specific that kind of counters. I'm talking like in general terms. You can probably find an example that counters that.
I was gonna, because I'm almost way more interested in sticking to this now because we're discussing Heart of Darkness. If I could, Kino, if you don't mind, just cut it real quick.
Go ahead, real quick.
Because I was gonna. So I actually hear that the exact criticism you articulated a lot, and to be clear, I don't. I understand the sentiment, and I completely understand that reading of the novel. My reading of it has always been, and this is going to be the difference between, for me, something like a Blood Meridian and a Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness is told almost entirely through Marlowe's perspective.
Yes, I was about to mention that, Jan.
That's also true.
And Marlowe is a 19th century Englishman who would have this exact perspective. And the thing is, because I don't want to say people think about it wrong, because that's like, a very a very arrogant thing to say.
Very Patrick Williams of you. I'm so terrible. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying they're reading Heart of Darkness wrong, but they're reading Heart of Darkness wrong. It's fine. Because I was going to say, so a lot of people look at the ending of Heart of Darkness because everyone's familiar with the broad idea of like, oh, this person, Marlowe, goes along the Congo River. I know the river's not called Congo. I forget. I'm so sorry. I'm horrible with African names.
It's in the Congo, though. I know it's in the Congo.
He goes down the river, and the further he reaches the heart of the Congo, which is Kurtz's camp, the closer and closer he becomes to savagery and brutality. And then people think of the ending when he returns back to London, of course. And Achebe makes this point about like how the Thames, parallels Congo, parallels the river in the Congo. But the thing for me is a lot of people look at that as like, oh, okay, he's back to safety. But my read on the ending of Heart of Darkness has always been he's seen kind of the true like base nature of humanity and the depths to which we're willing to descend. And what happens to him when he's in London? Well, there's the person that tells him about, oh, Kurtz was this amazing, wonderful, artistically inclined person who had all these wonderful thoughts. And we know who Kurtz was. And of course, Kurtz's fiance shows up and he lies to her because Kurtz's final words were the horror, which is arguably Kurtz has sunk as low to like the fundamental savage nature as one can. And it's worth pointing out as well that the tribespeople that are under Kurtz's direct, quote unquote, so to speak, command, they're all doing horrific things because Kurtz is instructing them to. So just think that he's the real problem. And then Marlowe lies at the end because the reality to me, and that ending always spoke to me, is like, okay, Marlowe has caved into, we're in a society, so we play nice, even if the reality about this person was he was actually horrific. And so in a sense, whilst you could say that, Marlowe had seen the savage nature in Africa, he is also now like participating in something arguably far worse, which is the quote unquote noble civilized Western colonizer society that that lies to itself about its noble intentions, and he's now participating. Once he's back out of the Congo, immediately he participates in that masquerade again, which the book, I think, makes a good point of. It does so much more damage than any quote unquote brutish savagery, as Marlowe would describe it, from the African natives.
Yeah, right. And
go ahead.
I'll just address it so we don't lose track of the point. I want to make sure I address this first. Then we can move on to more points. But I want to make sure I address that too, because your read isn't inaccurate by any means, nor would I ever say it is. But the question isn't so much how does the work function from his perspective, because from his perspective, all the work elements, it tells a story that's effective and meaningful and powerful, and that's no one's going to argue otherwise. The question is how you analyze the work from the perspective of the surrounding environment, and that being the characters in that environment, the societies in that environment. Because in the narrative, functionally, the people living in in the Congo are set dressing to Marlowe's story. That's where I think a lot of people have issues. Mm-hmm. Because again, the work from a character perspective, from Marlowe's character journey, that's a logical perspective. That makes sense. But that's not what the criticism ever addressed. It was more how a whole culture is used as set dressing for someone else's narrative. Whereas in Blood Meridian, you do have that to an extent, but they're also developing the society to be accurate. The honesty there is that if we want to take the story of honesty, the analysis of honesty, right? Blood Meridian presents us an honest look at society, and the events that occur influence what happens to the characters. In Heart of Darkness, they take darkness and have that molded to fit what the characters need in that moment. That's why I think, like with modernism versus the romantic, I would argue that Heart of Darkness is not a naturalistic story. I would say it's romantic story.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, because it's not based on the rules of concrete reality. It's not based on the modern perspective of we have to tell the story as is true to life. It's more how it feels. The problem is when you paint a whole culture based on how the main character feels, it does communicate that arc very well. And I would never say otherwise. But if you're part of the set dressing, you lose your humanity. You're part of just the set dressing. And that's, I think, what the Chebe's argument really is focused on. Because no one's arguing that, I'm not, let me rephrase it, not no one. I'm not arguing that Marlowe's journey. People argue about this book with every detail, so I shouldn't say no one does, because that's going to cut someone out of the equation.
It's fine.
Even the Chebe maybe said in some paragraphs in the essay this specifically, but you get so caught up in Marlowe's journey, you forget that the work is actively removing the sense of humanity from the people of the Congo. They are just literature. Devil says something very astute that I disagree with, but I think is reflective of what the book makes you feel. That the Congo becomes the Jungian shadow, right? Like Carl Jung's shadow. Functionally it is the shadow, but the problem is that's not honest to real life. That's honest to one character's racist perspective of the Congo, sure. And again, I think we can agree the British colonist is not exactly up and up on the specific tribes of Africa and their unique cultures.
Well, no, I'm just kidding.
I don't think you could actually that one. So we can assume the main character is by our definitions of today probably very racist. That's not a moral judgment. That's just objectively that's what he would be. He would be a British colonialist. He was racist. And you can make the argument, and I've seen people make the argument, that the work depicts the viewpoint of Africa from a racist colonialist's perspective. And that's an argument. You could do that, but it also does, in effect, still dehumanize and remove the humanity of the people of the Congo. In that sense. And that's not a fault of the book. It's a criticism of the book, but it's not. The book is designed to intend, and that's actually a good point too. That I want to call back something I said before about intentionality of the text. This plays into the intentionality of the text very well, But the problem is that intentionality then impacts the reality that we live in, and it's incongruent with that. And I think that's where the discussion is so important with what Achebe brings up. It does force us to address the fact that the Africans were people, and not like the set dressing to the Tim Marlowe story.
Yeah, if I could give my own thoughts on this, it's again, I still feel as though like Achebe in that essay, like specifically when he's denouncing the literary merits of Heart of Darkness, I feel as though he's simplifying it too much, because treating the native population as irrelevant was a racist part of colonization. Like, that's just the reality. And when I read it, like when I read Hearts of Darkness, I saw that the Africans were just foreigners to Marlowe. He looks at them in a strictly neutral light, or at least in the same light he sees the African continent, and his journey hardens him as he becomes more aware of his own people's savagery, from the Europeans. And like because throughout the novel, like the Africans are called enemies and rebels. When we saw earlier that they're in chains, they're shot at when they throw sticks, like that's not like a really fair response or punishment. They're abused for like slave labor, and their heads are put on sticks. Like, they're suffering. And to me, the reader, like, I look at that and I'm appalled. And I think that was the intention behind Joseph Conrad. It was an endorsement of those, but it was showcasing the type like the reality of what that is, of colonization brings.
I'm not gonna lie to you right here. I don't totally agree with your read there. But again, this is also because I think that the problem is, I think the book's ultimate thesis is that human nature is ultimately savage and cruel. I think that's the ultimate thesis of Heart of Darkness. If you boil it down to a singular thesis.
Yes.
I also think, though, that the way the book presents the Congo, that it implies that the world, that the land itself just makes people go that way. It makes people be that savage, which implies that the British placing order on the orderless is the best way they can control it. Even though they're corrupted by it, they're trying to gain control over this lawless land. But that's inherently a discussion and line of thinking that leads you to treat that the people living there were from some chaotic world. It was at the time called the Dark Continent because they believed that
it was, yeah.
Yeah, that was the commonality, because they believed there was no culture there, that it was orderless and chaos and cruelty. If you were living in the time of Heart of Darkness, your only experience of the Congo was this book. And so you would assume it's the way it was depicted in that text, You couldn't just book a trip over there or watch a documentary about it. That was your only experience. So for those people, that was what they thought the Congo was. And that's what Achebe is talking about. And with his essay, he's not trying to sell the people on, here's the positives of the Congo for tourism. Like, over here we have this beautiful fountain, and it's not all like in the book where everything is terrible. We have good stuff, I promise. Here is the physical nature of it, everything involved. That's intellectual honesty, saying it's all here. It's not a world of chaos, it's a world of people, societies. Societies can suck, but they can also be great. There's ups and downs, there's human tragedy. And that's the honesty of the text.
Yeah.
To go back to Literature Double's argument. Oh, sorry, I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was going to say, we can go back to what Lidev said real quick, because I think we kind of got.
Yeah, I think we're all inching towards that gradually as we discuss it.
Yeah. But I was going to say, to bridge the perspectives of it, because it kind of is bringing us back to the Lidev thing ultimately, and what I said. Well, I feel that what everyone here said, even now, I don't think is mutually exclusive and can exist in totality. I think that it's completely possible and it's valid if you're a person who is from Africa, to look at Heart of Darkness, and if you just told me, this is like not even treating us as human beings, and that, saying that it's not telling your side of the story accurately, I think that's fair. But I feel then the obvious rejoinder, and this is one of those where you as a writer are in a position where you're going to have to decide what you value more. Is, well, I'm choosing to tell the story from a perspective of a British colonist for a very particular reason, and it's why I kind of. As much as I understand the book frames the Congo as what makes people go savage, the reason I find that so the reason I've never been partial to that perspective holistically, or like in its entirety anyway, is because I think the book places far more, like, what makes morality ultimately, I think we would all agree, is agency and choice, right? Mm-hmm. And the book very much frames it, one side, the British in this instance, have a choice, and they are using their moral action to do this shit. Whereas, the people who are under British rule in pretty much every single part of this book, or at least violently abused by them, as much as they're not, you can say they're not characterized and they use the set dressing, but it's still clearly to serve a point of the British colonial enterprise is being incredibly, incredibly amoral with everything they're doing. And I don't think anyone disagrees with that read per se. It's just the reason I take issue with, people highlighting, like, and going into historical and historiographic context with everything that was going on at the time around Joseph Conrad, like the Emin Pasha expedition, like I think we were just on the cusp of King Leopold's, everything that he did as well, which included hiring British, let's call a spade, mercenaries for, and often duping them as well, which is quite funny in a horrific, abhorrent kind of way. I just don't really think that there's a lot of support to believe that Conrad's intention was to make them set dressing because he didn't care about them. I think he made them set dressing to kind of get that perspective in people's heads of, like, hey, this is how we're looking at these people. This is our perspective, and this is what we're doing.
Okay, so I disagree on a fundamental element there. I don't think he was thinking at all about how to depict them beyond how it serviced the main character's story. And I think that's the problem. I think the problem is because he was so focused on the British man's perspective of the Congo, he didn't exercise thought in how he could write the surroundings to be its own accurate to life depiction of the Congo. There are ways you can depict a foreign world with rule. Again, Blood Meridian, great example of that. And even Things Fall Apart with how they depict the British. There's an honesty to it, a cold honesty, a brutal honesty to how they depict these people and their internalized cultures. But it does not reduce them of humanity. They still have a human belief.
One last thing I'll say, just very quickly, because I'm genuinely interested in this.
Go for it.
This is not a test. This is not like a trick question or anything, but how would you respond to the argument of, well, how would Conrad himself be privy to that information given the time period that he lived in?
Well, that's where it gets tricky. I wouldn't know how Conrad could know the truth of the situation. He probably wouldn't. And that's unfortunately a limitation of who Conrad was when he wrote the book, when it was all written. The problem is there is no easy, like, oh, he should have done research on the Congo and talked to this professor, and there's no
go
easy
on Wikipedia.
Yeah, go on Wikipedia,
problem,
exactly.
Right?
There's no easy. When people give this critique, they're not saying there was an easy answer for Conrad to even know what he didn't know. Like, how do you know what you don't know? But that doesn't change the fact that the book exists. That's where it comes down to. The book exists. Whether Conrad could have written it differently, it's almost incidental. It almost doesn't matter. The book is. What did he intend? Well, he intended to write a book, and that book is here. And that might sound intellectual, but it's also kind of, getting to the point of it. Whether or not Conrad intended on writing a book that was focused exclusively on the British perspective or not is incidental. The book exists. And as a result, the book that we have that was promoted in schools and was the biggest depiction of what the Congo was like depicts the Congo as a shadowland of darkness and evil and chaos that maybe even needs British control to maintain order over it because it's so lawless. It's society's the only, the veneer of society is stripped away. We see the underbelly of reality here, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at it from that perspective, there is no real way Conrad could have written it better, but he still wrote it that way. So it's the paradox.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, Jack.
Well,
go ahead. Fuck me.
Yeah. again, like it sounds
Oh,
as though
Belgian. I'm
might
so
sound
sorry.
as though,
I've seen people say Belgian. Sorry about that. Sorry, as you are so
oh,
sorry.
Belgium. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
It might sound as though like we think Achebe wrote a bad essay. Like I disagree with it, but I don't think it's like his like where he's coming from is wrong by any means. He's someone who hasn't really whose culture hasn't really been depicted at all in the society he's residing in, and he wants to like make it known that hey, if you're just relying on Heart of Darkness as uh, as representation for like my culture and my people, like that doesn't cut it. Like there should be different stories you should look at and focus on. But like
I want to take a step back there for a second. What don't you agree with the essay? I'm curious because I feel like that's a point that's worth discussing too. Because I feel like that's a fundamental component of the discourse around this.
Yeah. So would a novel set in like say New York Chinatown or a similar minority community be racist because it didn't mention beyond that community? Like if I write a book about my hometown, like where I grew up, without adequately fleshing out every one of its residents, have I subjugated the town into non-existence? Like, to me, like my perspective is, of course, the setting of this, like Heart of Darkness, acts as its background, insofar as that is the nature of a setting. Like it just goes without saying to me. It's not necessarily like saying there's nothing to be found within that culture or those or the people being depicted. It's just that hey, this is where the story is. This is this perspective and story from that this particular story specifically is being told.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I follow correctly before I respond. I don't want to like jump down your throat or anything like that by accident.
Yeah.
So because I don't want to put words in your mouth either. So if I'm not understanding this correctly,
Yeah.
just correct me. So you're saying that again, there is no objectively correct answer. This is not something where there is one answer. Art's complex. Are you comparing the specifics of not detailing a setting with fully, like not totally fleshing out an area, with depicting an entire populace of a nation as the shadow to a white man's id or whatever, his perspective, animus, whatever. So the counter to his existence. So you're saying that depicting a setting without all the detail all there is comparable to taking an entire continent and making it the extension of the main character's life experience.
I would say it's in the context of Heart of Darkness, he's as well as critiquing colonization, he's critiquing civilization. Right. So
right. That's not. Yeah, I think we're going away from the question here. I'm just asking very specific. I know you. I get what you're saying. We discussed that before. Just very specifically. Because again, there's a difference between not having a setting fully fleshed out, which happens with a lot of good books too. I will add that there's a lot of great stories that don't flesh out their whole details and they have problematic tropes, but that's not really what the issue was. The issue is that in Heart of Darkness, the whole of a society is a white man story. You know what I'm saying? Like the issue is not that Conrad didn't detail everything. It's that all the detail exists in correlation to the white guy's experience. That's the issue. That's where and to that extent, everything was kind of ironed down to just further the journey of the main character into his own Heart of Darkness. Mm-hmm. What you're describing there, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if you feel like if I'm misrepresenting you, just let me know. I don't want to shove anything in I don't want to speak for you. It sounds like you're conflating a world that's not detailed enough with a world that exists for a sole specific purpose in the character's journey, and to the expense of the people who are set dressing in that narrative. Is that fair to say, or do you feel like I'm misrepresenting what you're trying to say? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth there.
Yeah. Well, again, like I feel as though
And it's a tricky topic. I want to point out it's not easy to talk about.
I'm thinking of like how to respond to it because
I have an answer.
If I could answer first, like
sorry.
Like I understand like the African like cultures depicted in Heart of Darkness is going to be depicted poorly, but again, like if we understand like the theme, like the overall point of the story, like humanity, like as a whole, is going to be depicted in a pretty negative light. It can be seen as like a misanthropic message, to be honest. Like it's a negative. It can be seen as like a downright nihilistic view of humanity's potential. Yeah, so I feel as though to tell that story, like you can't really depict anyone positively, like the African culture included. Otherwise, if you show like, oh yeah, the African cultures, they're the sole exception, that undermines everything.
Yeah, but I don't really. Here's what gets tricky to discuss, because they are, not every element is perfect, not every element is, and really society shouldn't, any perfect society, any utopian is usually not grounded in realism or being honest to the truth of society, unless there's some dark twisted element to it, what have you. But I think the issue that I have with this line of thought is that it's a story that is focused exclusively on the protagonist's experience and not beyond that. And the problem is that the beyond that is an entire civilization of people. That's where the issue comes in. Heart of Darkness is a great character study where the world reflects the characterization of the main character. Yes. But in the process of doing that, it also deeply dehumanizes the entire population of the Congo to make them a set dressing for his narrative. That's what Achebe was going for. And again, I agree. There were very few, if any, accurate depictions of the Congo. I mean, even decades after Things Fall Apart, there weren't a lot of depictions of the Congo outside of like your Mondo Carne exploitation documentaries, whatever. But like, I think what the intention of the work was to say, hey, here's a story about British colonialism that humanizes every perspective here. It's a story about people and society. It's a very modern story, I think, in relative to our standards today, where we try to see what is the human narrative behind what we used to dehumanize or not focus on enough, or turn into a shadow of some kind. I think the problem is that if we talk about Heart of Darkness, you got to admit that even though the book does accomplish its goals, and that is a very specific goal, it also creates a new problem. And I think Things Fall Apart is a response to that problem. Because before that, before Achebe's essay, before Things Fall Apart, the Congo was kind of this more black and white perspective in most literature. And I think Heart of Darkness is a big problem with that. I'm not saying the book is bad. It's a great book for a reason. There's a lot of merit to the narrative. And nothing I say should ever indicate that I'm saying it's not good. Right. But also, it's undeniable that the book does not actually depict anything remotely similar to the realities of the Congo. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy land. It's not reality. And unfortunately, that fantasy land comes at the expense of the people living there, who are already treated by European colonists, by America, as a nebulous, cultureless savage land. And that's where the issues come in. And I think the common discussion was so universally accepted by the work that no one questioned if the Congo was better than it was in Heart of Darkness. And that's where I think the discussion of art influencing our perspective is so interesting, because the book reinforced bigotries that were already present in society. It did not create them; it just reinforced them. I'm not saying you can't blame Heart of Darkness for colonialization. That's backwards. But it was a reflection of that. And I think, a culture reinforces the beliefs in society. And Heart of Darkness reinforced the belief that our Africa was this dark continent, a place of savagery, a place of chaos. And you had someone saying, no, I'm a privileged person who lives in, who has this experience, this education, but I can articulate why that's incorrect. And here's why, and here's the specific reasons and the specific ways how Heart of Darkness inaccurately depicts the Congo and reinforces harmful beliefs in a time where people were continuing to reinforce this. And, you know, during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you had a lot of works that were doing that. You know, not to get off topic, but there's a great movie called Ganja and Hess. It's a fantastic vampire film, actually, from the 70s, made by Black people, written by Black people. And it's a celebration of both the African-American experience and also the disconnect people from Africa have with their own motherland, you know, because they're so removed. There was never, you know, my family's Italian, you know, they came off the boat from Italy. There's a sense that, oh, we have a connection to a shared culture, a specific history. With a lot of African Americans, that culture ends on a boat. And beyond that, how do you connect to that? You know, they were dragged over here. And they don't have that common ancestry to a history of a country because it's all been erased. And this was kind of showing, hey, there is a history, there is a culture, there is a world that you come from. And here's this rich culture and this amazing history. And it was to present that to audiences who had convinced themselves for years it was just a nebulous shadowland because it was easier to conquer a place of inhuman shadows than it was to conquer a place of culture and people, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I was going to chime in on is this is kind of tying it back to, and you know, we'll get to more of Live Dead, I promise.
Yeah.
But
it's a good conversation. I'm not gonna lie, it's complicated.
Yeah.
I'm not trying. And before you say the point, I just want to say right now, I'm not trying to jump down anyone's throat or anything like that. I'm just, you know, it's a discussion, and it's not an easy one to have always. Yeah. But I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, I was going to say the big thing for me then, because this is getting back to the criticism talk, sort of, right? To me, it's you know, it's a different thing to criticize the work versus the possible societal ramification thereof, if you know what I mean. So, like, the big issue I took with Achebe's essay personally when I first read it, which was years ago now. But I found the quote in it now as well, and it's the. I'll just read it first.
Go for it.
But that is not even the point. The real question is the dehumanization of Africa and Africans, which this age-long attitude has fostered and continues to foster in this world, and the question is whether a novel which celebrates this dehumanization, which depersonalizes a portion of the human race, can be called a great work of art. My answer is no, it cannot. I would not call that man an artist, for example, who composes an eloquent instigation to one people to fall upon another and destroy them. So my problem with this quote is not even the you know, because we've just done a whole ado about the first half of it, but the conclusion of it cannot be considered a great work of art. I don't know that that's true. I think that it can be considered a great work of art. I think that it's important, however, to temper that understanding with a more broader understanding of the context in which it exists, which is societally useful, by the way. That there's value in history and historiography. But history and historiography are different things from art criticism, to me, anyway.
That's fair. And again, I want to point out also that's his perspective. That is a fair... And also, given his perspective, I think it's a fair thing to say. I also think that the connotation of what it means to be a great work of art is different now than it was then too. Because for a work to be great, it was inassailable. You couldn't.
Even more importantly, sorry to cut you off, but I was going to say even more importantly, with the you know, with regards to Achebe's, I would argue harshness here. It's worth considering this was written at a time where Achebe had no idea, and he would have no way of knowing, sans the powers of divination, to know that there was going to be a thing called the internet in 50, 70 years' time that is going to allow literally anyone to get to contact, reach out, get information from actual scholars from Africa about Africa, and get a plethora of information about that. So the situation would have been far more hopeless to him then than I'm sure it would be, you know, hypothetically if it was now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's the thing too. This was the only avenue. No, and that's fair too. It's the only avenue of information. And you know, here's what gets tricky. Great art was seen as inassailable. The classics were carved of marble. You couldn't criticize them because they were perfect. Why would you ever criticize something that's perfect? What Achebe is doing here is saying, no, these are not inassailable. These are not beyond criticism. We should criticize them. We should re-examine art. And I think that this essay was a major milestone in the movement to criticize even the great works. Yeah. Because what that does is we say, no, nothing is beyond criticism.
Yeah.
And Achebe should be offended. You know, if I was in his shoes, which I'm not because I'm a white pasty man from New Jersey, and not, you know, Achebe, he's coming from a time where his, you know, the entire black population's being, you know, segregated, they're being oppressed violently. He grew up with that, he saw that, you know, and it's all over the world, you know, and books like this, The Heart of Darkness, it reinforces that. So yeah, I would, if I was in his shoes, I'd be fucking pissed too. You know, and I think it's important to remember that, you know, we're talking about a time, yet now a lot of people have more rights. It's not even. There's still a lot of progress to go, in my perspective. A lot of things are not good, but it was arguably worse then. Arguably, some might say otherwise, but that's a discussion for another conversation.
Well, yeah.
And in certain parts of Africa, it was, you know, in the middle of great reformation in terms of government structure, because people were left kind of stranded. People were discovering themselves even. Because of the influence of colonialism, some entire countries had to be restructured from the ground up. And in some cases, the shared history that they had was so obliterated by European colonists that they had to kind of recontextualize it for themselves, piece by piece. You know?
Yeah.
So it's not just a discussion about how this work shares African culture with the West, or like, you know, Europe and America. It also was regurgitating a version of the culture to African cultures. You know, they were also forced to read this, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, one thing. I'm getting one guide. Someone super chatted, British guys shaming Achebe for being offended. Yeah. I'm not, okay? I completely understand. Like, I do want to, joke aside, this is Bez highlighting. I would never, ever, ever say it is a fucking enigma and it is rude to my culture that Achebe said these things. I completely understand why he said what he said, and I don't think he was even incorrect to... Again, I don't think he's wrong about the argument in the sense of, you know, a historical context or a historiographical understanding, and perhaps a historiographical understanding that ought to be communicated about Heart of Darkness, rather. I'm just saying it's different to me to say that versus criticizing the book, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's where it gets tricky. I'm sorry, cut you off there. Cut you off there. Sorry, dude.
No, yeah, it's all right. Yeah, and if I could just go off of Jan,
go for it.
I think it's a good thing that that Achebe ultimately wrote the essays. Like, even if I disagree with his takeaway on Hearts of Darkness, because again, like for a product of his time, there was no like representation or like really accurate view of African cultures at the time, outside of stories like Heart of Darkness. However, like even at the same time, I think we can acknowledge that just like how aspects of Heart of Darkness can age, Achebe's essay can also age, because we've sort of we've sort of evolved in terms of how we consume art to be completely different from Achebe's, like that, in that we can follow like someone's perspective and not necessarily need everyone else's perspective, like from a different community, fleshed out to serve a larger individual purpose. Like there's a lot of great there are a lot of great black cinema examples of black cinema.
I'm gonna cut you off here for a second.
All right, go ahead.
Are you suggesting that the novel from over 100 years ago should not be criticized at all because we have, you know, Sinners came out?
No, not at all. I'm saying that like the essay that like from the 1950s or so can also age with time, and we have different standards like in terms of how we look at stories. Like for instance, if we were to say that like a horrific protagonist, like a protagonist that commits horrific acts should be questioned, like its literary merit should be questioned, then we wouldn't get great novels like American Psycho by Bret Easton Ellis, or Fight Club by Chuck Palahniuk.
Right, but
like
but
a
what
lot
does
of
this have to? Okay, so I'm gonna I get where you're going with this. I get where you're going with it. But I want to just keep you a little on point here. What does this have to do specifically with anything in the essay specifically not being accurate?
Well, he never said. Okay, so this is going back to Literature Devil. It's not that he's saying that what you're saying is inaccurate. It's again. This is tied
also,
to
I
his thesis
think
of
that
universal
I want to
truth.
also point out one thing too. I think this is like. I want to point out also because I think we're going into territory that us as white people should not go into. This is like I'm just pointing this out there. It sounds like it's to me, and I could be mistaken here if I'm misjudging it. Everyone tell me. It sounds like we're reinforcing the ideas of colonialism in this discussion here.
I wouldn't say that's what I was saying. I would say that I was reinforcing your idea that there shouldn't be such a thing as sacred cows. And even if you are going to critique colonialism, you can critique the critique. I could say, okay, you could make a better point. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair. And again, there are no sacred cows. I agree. We have a different perspective on that, now than we did back in like the 50s and 60s. I just felt like for a second there we were veering into territory that I felt a little bit like we were arguing that it was okay that Heart of Darkness had this depiction of people that was dehumanizing. I think it's worth being careful with the language there, only because you don't want to say something unintentional. So I'm getting that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Like something I think I think we people should keep in mind when it comes to discussing like racial topics is where we specifically are like economically, like socially, etc. Like if I were black, like I'm not black, I'm white, like I would imagine like my perspective on a number of issues would be different, not necessarily because of because historically there has been like a lot of things that affected the black community, like specifically, and not the white community specifically. Like that's just obvious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to get us on track a little bit though, because I feel like we're veering into abstracts here. What specifically in the essay do you disagree with on a case by case basis of what Achebe says about Heart of Darkness versus how Literature Devil interprets what he says about Heart of Darkness? Just because I want to make sure we're on track here, because I feel we're veering off into that uncertain territory where we're conflating a couple different things that don't really apply to the situation all that much.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, like in a section of Literature Devil's video that wasn't shown in your video, he said like specifically, like I'm going to respond to like parts of Ant's video, not necessarily because I disagree with them, but because I can add on to them. Like, so again, like when he brought up Achebe's essay, he's not disagreeing. He wasn't necessarily disagreeing with what you had to say. At least that's not how I interpreted it. He's just like bringing up how his like Achebe's perspective and his like are aligned somewhat when it comes to like valuing the truth in storytelling. That's why in my video I included his clip and talking about the truth, like the virtues of the truth, and the interview with Achebe and how he talked about when writing Hearts of Darkness, he wanted to show like the truth, which is the nuance of the reality of the Igbo tribe. Was like there was humanity to be found in the Igbo tribe. There is everywhere, every human culture, but he also wanted to show like the good and the bad. Like there were he wanted to he also, and on top of showing the humanity, he also wanted to criticize the traditions he saw or he viewed as like unproductive. Like how women were treated, like how children were killed, etc.
Right. So I want to point out the specifics of what I argued initially, just so because I feel like we're losing track. I know what I know what you're trying to say. I feel like at one point you got a little nervous there. I want to make sure we have an anchor on on the specifics here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to be left out in the
Yeah,
cold
yeah.
there.
Sometimes, like I have a stutter. Like
No, it's
sometimes,
understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah.
So I feel like we did lose track of the point. The point is that, as I perceive it, is that Heart of Darkness, the novel, is a book written in its time. Achebe argued that the work was problematic because of its depiction of people in the Congo not being humanized and treated like shadows to a white man's story, and how his novel tried to take an approach that humanized and had an accurate depiction of the culture. I think the issue that we're having here is what I disagree with Literature Devil on. Because I think if you understand that, the argument makes more sense. It is not about what is done in the novel versus the essay versus what Achebe said. It's how it's sold to the audience.
And how do you think he sells it to the audience, like specifically?
Okay, so that's what I think is the point I'm trying to make here. In regards to how Achebe wrote the work, he presents the world as is. He does not present it in terms of good or bad. He just presents the world as it is. He represents the tribe as it is, the people as they are, the culture as it is, all warts and all. The point where I found I found Lit Devil's framing bad is that he framed it as good and bad. And that dichotomy of good and bad is what I have an issue with. That there is a good and a bad. This is because in the paragraph that Achebe cites, I'm going to play the, I'm just going to, not going to play it over, I'm just going to say it. The idea of it is that Achebe was going to sell Europeans and Americans on the merits of the Congo. But he realized that given all the injustices in society, that would be pointless. It's better to speak a harsh truth. Here is the reality. Here is the blunt reality, as opposed to, oh, here's the good and here's the bad. Because the way that frames it is, though, it's almost as though Achebe is conceding to degrees with what Heart of Darkness said. That there's some Shadowland and scary stuff you're used to, but it's also we got muffins on the weekends, something like that. Where it's like it kiddifies it. Whereas a harder truth that's harder to swallow is here's the blunt reality of life. It's not a matter of, oh, this is good and this is bad. It's just this is real, and that speaks to the honesty point that I think Lit Devil was pointing out, but I feel his structure and presentation of the idea reduced the reality of it. It took away from the reality of it. It took us away from discussing a world of gray and put it into a world of black and white. That's where I feel Lit Devil's discussion stumbles, in my perspective. It kind of gets in its own way in that sense, in my perspective. You may think differently, but I feel like how Lit Devil framed it was reductive and avoided and kind of took away. Even the clip you showed in your video of Achebe in that interview, I thought was the opposite of what Lit Devil's framing of it was. Because the framing of it is, this is an effective perspective of the world. Whereas how Lit Devil framed it, this is a world with good and bad in it. Which I think is reductive in my perspective.
Well, if I could say something to quickly respond to that, because Jay wants to also say something I don't think Lit Devil was saying that it's balanced, but there's a balance equal 50% good, 50% bad. I think he's just saying if you're going to touch upon a serious issue, you should be as accurate as you can, which is not being 100% bad or 100% good.
Yeah, I think also this conversation is going into some bioessentialist discussion that might be regrettable. I think we should stop. I think we should change gears.
Okay, well, fine. I'll just let Jan have the last say on this specific topic since we can move on. I personally don't see how it's moving towards that, but it we could go about the conversation how you want.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. And the reason I'm saying that is because I don't want to make it so that. Trying to find the right words for this, because I'm a little worried the discussion is going to veer into discussions of what the actual real life Congo is. And we've been veering on that tightrope a little bit so far. I'm a little worried that we're going to that someone's going to say something that's more about, just say.
I see. No, I know what you mean.
I think I'm worried about the tightrope. You tripping on the tightrope at some point. I'm so sorry, but anyway.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm completely. If we're taking things fall apart at at its in regards to what the book actually is, right? I would describe certainly that as like like honest storytelling, so to speak, and I don't think anyone would take issue with that point. The thing I was going to go in on regarding lit dev is if you want to, I actually think if you want to say that you didn't like the framing or the language that he employed, that's like, I mean, I don't think that I can argue you out of that, because that's ultimately that's how we all receive what other people are trying to say. So I don't, if you felt that was like a bad way to say it, that's fair. I feel the necessary rejoinder to that, though, is that's one way to look at it. The way that I looked at it was he was saying Achebe's objective was to obviously assail and combat in the strongest possible ways the dehumanizing effect Heart of Darkness had on the perception of Africa and African culture, but in the same token, he didn't want to bullshit you. Obviously, right? He wanted to be. He wanted to be, and you take issue with the framing of, well, he wanted to present the good and the bad, which again, if that's like a framing that you disagree with, that's fair. But I would just say, well, yeah, he was depicting reality, and reality is good and bad in nature often, right? It tends to exist in shades of gray. At least if we're talking about like the lived experience holistically, we're all going to have some good, some bad. Cultures are going to have some good, some bad, broadly speaking. Again, without getting too much into like, I'm not a social scientist. I'm not a professional historian or anything.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm not a historian either. I'm just an enthusiast.
yeah, exactly. I'd say I'm a hobbyist in that respect. So like with and Achebe would, to be clear as well, because some people are getting a bit persnickety about this in chat. Jack and I, or Kino and I, are completely, again, want to restate this clear for the third time for the camera. I'm completely open. And I have not a shadow of a doubt in my mind that Achebe knows infinitely more about the Congo than I, Joseph Conrad, and like Kino put together. If Joseph Conrad was reanimated right now, he knows way more about that than us. So I have absolutely no reason to doubt his account whatsoever in terms of how he depicted things in Things Fall Apart. It's just about, again, like getting to the nature of media criticism. I would just draw a distinction between criticizing a film and criticizing the context and what the film did. Not to get into any like extreme examples, right? I saw someone brought up Birth of a Nation, that's
where I'm kind of going off of too. I was kind of eyeing some of the conversations in chat. Yeah, it's the other issue too is that whenever you're dealing with older work in general that deals with the topic of different ethnicities, you're gonna get into racist. Horrible racist beliefs.
Trust me, I'm reading the Robert E. Howard short stories for Conan currently.
Oh God, those are again fascinating works, but they are really racist.
Depends. It's listen. There's some there's some that are like, okay, yeah, this is pretty good, and even like he's, for his time, certainly he's being a little bit forward thinking here. And then you read Veil of Lost Woman, and you're like, oh, okay, what the fuck?
It's What happened? Did you ever read his what was his other? Not Solomon Kane. It might be Solomon Kane. His other outside of Conan, those works. Those are some of the languages. Some of the language in that is shocking.
Renowned, yeah.
And then he made a movie about
it.
I mean, of its time, of course, but still, shocking.
I'm not familiar with them, so I can't comment.
I've wanted to do a video on Conan for a while, but I just feel like it's one of those things where, Cole is even worse. Cole's way worse. Oh no, that's someone in chat mentioned Cole. That's the most extreme one in terms of his racist beliefs.
Yeah.
But what about Red Sonja?
Like Red Sonja? Red Sonja is
Sonja.
Red Sonja is actually a much more modern character.
She isn't. It was as far as I'm aware, she's not in the original short stories.
She's not even a part of it. I think she's a Marvel character. I think.
Okay. I know it's her, and obviously Baylit stuck around because she's like a pretty kind of the Black Coast is such a famous one. It's been adapted many times. But yeah, Red Sonja is a more new one. I don't think she's one of his characters at all, actually. But I was gonna say yes, it's one of those things where I would and this is kind of it's like another good, I would say, vehicle for the point that I'm trying to get about art criticism.
Mhm.
When I'm reading Conan, right, I'm thinking, okay, these are really well written short stories, but
Mhm.
I could absolutely see,
Yeah.
if someone read this and told me and was like, this is good, we're going to read this in school, and let's say that, the Hyborian Age was a real place and time, I'd be like, okay, yeah, no, I see why people would want to have a conversation about this. But certainly I think that the best thing to do there would be and to be credit again, infinite credit to Achebe on this. He did perhaps the most base thing that you could do, which is just write your own.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
see how that does. Yeah,
I think the difference between Robert E. Howard with Conan versus Things for Heart Darkness is that Heart Darkness is about that world, that part of the
it's not a real thing. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
And whereas Conan reflects certainly Howard's bigotries, but it's also not about going into this real tangible thing that exists and saying this is what it is. The Hyborian Age is its own. I mean, it's based off of Greek myth, essentially, off the same things that the Thule Society lifted from, which is a whole other discussion for the day. But it is ultimately, it's another world. Whereas with Heart of Darkness, it's like, no, this is like, it's supposed to, in theory, depict the modern man's experience with reality. So it's a whole different thing. I think it's important even when discussing that to make sure you don't conflate the two.
It's funny you say that, because at the start of the book, he has like a preface where he says very directly, like the first line of how it's writing in the compilation is, "This is not an account of like history," right? Because presumably you had to clarify that back in the day, which that's fair enough. Yeah, go ahead with it, I guess. Ultimately, just like want to detente a little bit. No one is like we're not trying to veer this into like uncomfortable territory.
Yeah, and unfortunately, talking about this topic, this is gonna be some uncomfortable discussion. I just want to make sure we don't fall into saying that Conrad was right about anything in that sense.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. I know fuck all about the Congo in that time period beyond like a cursory interest in history. I would never make strong claims about what was or wasn't. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's important to distinguish too. And I want to make sure I emphasize. I understand it's a tricky topic. There's a lot of tightrope walking in terms of discussing a literary work of its time, saying it's of its time, and then reinforcing that literary work. That's the tricky part. It's a little tough because sometimes when discussing it, I get that.
Why I would always say again, it's why I draw this distinction. I would never say Heart of Darkness is a historically worthwhile account of life in the Congo in the late 19th century. I would just always say it's a very interesting piece of writing that I think is worthwhile everyone's time and attention, and people should read it. And if they want to engage, it has many derivatives. They want to engage with Apocalypse Now. If they want to do Spec Ops: The Line instead, it's completely fine. They can do that one too. There's a lot of variations on it.
Yeah, or Apocalypse Now, exactly. I think like the character story of Hard Darkness is fantastic. I don't want to argue that one. I think it's a great element of it. I think it's the depiction of the Congo that I have an issue with, and I think a lot of people. And I think Chebe's essay, I think it articulates that specific element, because you can't enjoy the work if you're kind of stuck if you're always aware that it's an inauthentic depiction. And we talked a lot about the idea of truth, right? There are ways to tell that story while still being truthful to what the story is, like what the world is, what the people living there were. And I think Achebe did that with his perspective of honest truth. Yeah. I think when I come down to the specifics of Literature Devil's perspective, where I have the issue is just the sales pitch. That angle of it, I think, is wrong. That's why I have the big point of contention. I think, unfortunately, due to the nature of the discussion around Heart of Darkness, that gets lost a little bit. That kind of, because you kind of go, okay, well, let's talk about what the books are, what the book is, what the essay is, how it relates, the history, and that's all well and good. But my point of contention is ultimately how Achebe wished to communicate this to the reader. That's the big thing. How he communicated it is the big issue I think I had with it. But I think I think we can go in circles if we keep saying the same thing, though. But I think we got that hopefully.
Well, how about we close this topic on this? Like,
Yeah.
and how would you improve upon Heart of Darkness? Like what would you add to it?
Oh, well, that's a tough thing to say because the problem there is I'm a 21st century adult. You know, my perspective on it is so vastly different. What my improvements would be to completely transplant it and change the story. It would no longer be the same story. It would be something more like Spec Ops. It would be something more like Apocalypse Now, where you have a richly developed world around it, and it's only the main character's perspective of that world that's the problem. The world is still functional. The world is still concrete and based in reality, but his breaking psyche is the thing that changes.
Yeah, because my like perspective on this is like just like another manga, like Golden Kamui. It's a historical fiction manga. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Actually, I've not heard of that one, but it's describe it. I might have heard of the plot, but I don't know the name.
So I think it takes place in the early 1900s. It takes place with this Japanese war veteran teaming up with an Ainu girl, like the Ainu tribe, like the indigenous people of Japan.
Oh,
and
wait.
Go.
Is
Yeah.
it the one with the? No, actually, keep going. I'm so sorry. I think I might know what you're talking about now. Okay, sorry.
Like the main character's name is Sugimoto. I don't know if that there's
Okay,
any.
now you know what? It's ringing a bell now. I forgot the name of it, but I know what you're talking about now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So like the main premise is that they go on adventures like tracking down like escaped convicts who have like whose their skins together like form like a map using their tattoos to find treasure. But the author is like very respectful in their depictions of the Ainu people, and like they in the extras in chapters they make sure to like offer historical facts about them that fleshes them out because they're real people, like they actually exist.
They're deeply
And
persecuted in Japan, like profoundly so.
Yes. So I would like in this, it's you never get the impression that they're just used as like an accessory in the story, because it very much revolves around like their victimization, like how they're treated, and just like giving you like an idea of the horrors that were committed against them. So without changing any of the text, like my idea of maybe of like instead of like how a lot of like authors will like censor like old novels like Roald Dahl in British. I know that's different. I know that's wildly different, but instead of like changing the text, I would include like these factuals, like about people who lived in the Congo, like what their culture was like, and what the like how they're victimized by colonization.
Yeah. And again,
colonization. That's what I would add.
Yeah, you would want to have again. You would want to have a more realistic perspective of the world. Yeah, and that's what. Yeah, exactly. What comes down to it, I think we all agree on that. You know, I think we're all on the same page there. I would hope so. You know, a more grounded, realistic perspective of this real thing.
Another way, I think, to do this, to parallel this to one of its derivatives, so because we've been talking about Spectre of the Line a lot, Spectre of the Line doesn't really make more than background characters of many of the, residents of Dubai. But I think the reason perhaps it cuts less deeply there is because the Marlowe stand-in, Walker, in this instance, is unambiguously the problem, right?
Yeah.
It's as much as I very much obviously have my belief about the nature of Marlowe's story and the ending, as I outlined earlier. I very much see how that's not a perspective that you necessarily need to walk away. And where in Spectre of the Line, unless you're like a crazy person, it's undeniable that Walker is the bad guy, right?
Exactly. Okay, so I think we're just going in circles with this one. I think if I'm being honest.
You just want to move on since we like exhausted this.
I think we're just finding new ways to articulate the exact same thing 5 times. If I'm being totally honest with you, and it's not. There's no one guilty party of that.
There's many different ways to articulate the same point. Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, and there's no one guilty party. We're all doing it, but we're saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny because like originally I wanted to like discuss my video in like a linear format, but we discussed the end first. It seems like so now we have to go all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah. I think I'm seeing
yeah,
people in chat bring this up too, regarding I guess like a small thing I'm noticing, the idea of the because I mentioned that one thing we haven't discussed yet. I mentioned that Lich Devil just mentions that I defend like Lily Orchard initially.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss that.
I feel that's a good one because I feel like in chat I'm seeing people mention that up again, which is I think is a good point. I think one element of the video that I think there's two sides to this discussion. The specifics of the video he's responding to, and the context since the video came out. I think they're both worth discussing. But since the second one's easier to discuss, let's just get that one out of the way first because it's faster. Because it's a way faster discussion. Unambiguously, I've not defended Lily Orchard since this video was made. Like, I don't think that's even like a remote question if I have or haven't. I've made so many videos criticizing every component of everything she's ever done, as well as promote accounts of the allegations made against her. There's like, that's not even a question in terms of my book. I think my audience, when they heard that part, thought it was ridiculous. The very idea that anyone would ever accuse me of defending Lily Orchard. But I also want to discuss, because you had a different perspective on that, in terms of the specifics of what the video he was responding said specifically. And I also disagree with your perspective, but I want you to explain it because I feel like it's worth discussing, even though I ultimately am going to tell you, I don't think I see you on this one.
Okay, so my section on Lily Orchard is twofold. So first off, like I would say Literature Devil's main gripe with your section on Lily Orchard isn't necessarily that he thinks you defend her, like you think she like he doesn't think that you're like defending her like all this stuff she did, right? But you did include her in your video like on how discussing the various dirty laundry of various critics in your video, and I agree with him that I think it's a pretty uncharitable broad stroke, like that's being applied to a lot, the majority of the reviewers, because like he said, you only bring up besides Lily Orchard, you bring up John De La Rose and Nick Rekieta. Nick Rekieta isn't even necessarily like a media critic. Like he's best known for, or was best known for,
he's definitely not.
Law.
He's best known for a few things involving the law adjacent to media. I'll say. I'll grant you, Rekieta was more just personal bitterness than anything else to include there. But again, all of the people, I'd say I went down the list. It's funny, when preparing for this, I went down the list, and like I'd say a good chunk of the people I discussed do have some allegation of some kind about them. I think varying levels of severity, for example, Critical Drinker was brought in to court, I think a few years ago for, I believe he struck a kid, it was allegedly.
John De La Rose. Know anything about that?
Yeah,
John De La Rose. Yeah, John De La Rose. I think
known.
it's confirmed, right? That one is like real, as far as I'm aware.
Well, both are real, but so with Critical Drinker, he was brought to court over it. That does not mean he was formally charged with it. With John De La Rose, and again, Westside Tyler actually went through all the different, because after I'd mentioned a couple times, John De La Rose was saying, "Oh, I can't believe anyone's talking about this. Oh, I'm going to bring you to court, whatever." Well, Westside Tyler was another creator who has experience in divorce courts, went through the whole proceeding and went through every single line of the document. Was like, no, actually, it says here you lost your kid. It sounds like you lost custody of the kid. It looks like there was a restraining order that was established, and this, that, and the third. Going through every single line, it's pretty concrete that there was some legal penalty for some action that was deemed reasonable, was deemed plausible enough to maintain a restraining order. Which doesn't go so easily. It's not an easy thing to get.
Yeah, that one is. I'll definitely grant you that one's more bulletproof, for sure. The thing I was gonna hit on that is to illustrate, and to be clear, you're allowed to shit talk anyone on the internet as much as you want, as far as I'm concerned. But the reason that I think Lit Devil brought it up, and I think there's an element of from his perspective, perhaps an understandable point of view of. Lily Orchard, and then saying that the other people have dirty laundry. It's like sure. I'm going to be honest. Everyone on the internet, given and especially media personalities, are probably going to have some person like saying, even erroneously or otherwise, that they like did some horrific thing at some point in the past. Almost assuredly, most people I certainly know that I'm familiar with in the space have some degree of allegations against them. But then it's a matter of scale, right? It's like this to me is akin to like saying bringing up Lily Orchard, where I know two things about Lily Orchard as a complete casual. All right, number one, she's really fucking dumb about Pokemon, and number two, she gets into drama near constantly. I was aware of her existence as far back as the Josh Scorcher days, and I'm pretty settled on the reality that she just seems to constantly get into shit. And then
apparently everyone who criticizes her gets into shit too, but that's another discussion for another day. It's like a drama like typhoon. Essentially,
it's a black hole, all right. And so then I could see if I was in the devil's perspective, and I'm like, really, you're comparing me to this person, in terms of like amount of drama that I generate? It's like, I don't know,
Because to be clear, like he is in the thumbnail of your original video. Like he is a critic you chose to equivocate.
Well,
I think that's fair.
Do you want to know why I put him on the thumbnail?
Yeah, why?
Because he had the most distinct looking avatar of all the other guys I was talking about.
Really?
It was a crisp design. It was a crisp design. It was eye catching. That's the only reason why he's on the thumbnail. There's no other reason than that. In the video, he acts as though I'm saying he's equally as bad as Lily Orchard. Yeah. No, it was just a visual representation that looked good on a thumbnail to get clicks, and there's nothing else.
To be very clear, if we were like in a casual setting, me and much the same as we are now, like me and Lid Devil were discussing this, I would be like, I mean, I don't think that it's fair to say that, about the video. It's obviously you've conceded that, you would have probably, and you pretty much made what amounts to, I've not watched it, to complete conclusion yet. But like the Grifters video that you made where you said that's like a more elaborated take on what you were doing there. Oh, yeah. I just think the reality is, when you, even in the most calmest and politest terms, call someone a liar, people tend to bristle quite a bit.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing, I don't disagree with that. Again, with the context of the video itself, the video had flaws, undeniably so. I think my Grifter video is the idea I had in mind for this original video done better. That is, in my opinion, every single component of it is better than this one, because it breaks down the categories. It has more nuance. It shows, hey, this is specifically what I mean when I'm saying they're lying to you. It's not that, and also bad faith is different from grifting. I think it's a big thing too, because you could be wrong, you could be misinformed, you could be facetious for the sake of a joke, and that's not the same thing as being bad faith. And also bad faith is not the same thing as being a grifter. Like there's a different spectrum to it.
I would say like the reception to your video would be much different if you didn't like frame it as critics lying, but more so misinforming their audience. That would have made I think that would have
that's an element of the video I don't disagree with on you on that one. I think that if that was phrased differently, it would have had a lot less of a response, but it also would have had less of a response. And that's the catch-22. And that's ultimately the problem with this algorithm. Which sucks, that's the part that sucks.
I agree.
Sometimes, sometimes it's, it got to be a big splash. It was not as strong as I would have liked, but unfortunately that weakness promoted it. And so that's the strangeness of this fucking platform that we're all on, where, you have all these elements that you actually I'm not satisfied with. I don't think are reflective of the honesty that I'm trying. Again, the later videos I think are much more reflective of my honest opinion and my perspective and the concrete of it all. Yeah. But unfortunately, the way the algorithm works, and bizarrely, that gave me the opportunity to do it better a second time. And so it's one of those bizarre elements where and again, the feedback, harsh as it might be, hugely benefited my writing and my work. So it's one of those things where it's like, do I regret making it that way? Well, that's hard to say, because it allowed me to make better stuff that was more articulate. But it also did, as you're saying itself, have an equivalence that wasn't great. And it's that kind of trickiness where I'm like, how do you look at that? How do you reconcile that? There's no answer to it. And it sucks.
Knowing all of
You know,
this,
it sucks. But it's
yeah,
for me it sucks.
Yeah.
I should say. I'm not saying for him. I'm saying from my perspective. From my perspective, it sucks.
I get it.
Yeah. Well,
Knowing all of this, go on. I'll go after
Yeah.
it because I'm
Yeah.
gonna do one of my famous Nostradamus swings.
Oh, sweet.
Sorry,
Okay.
go on.
Yeah. Well, it's good that you shared your thoughts on your video a year after, like your problems with it now. But I think with that being said, I feel as though you should have, if that's how you feel, I think you should have at least offered some courtesy to Literature Devil then, as someone who could have just genuine gripes with your video, because and 15 seconds in, to your video, you started off your response by saying that you didn't simply want to respond to Literature Devil, but that you also wanted to talk about the whole process of responding to criticism. And I took some issue with that because there were a number of examples in your response to him that I would classify as not to respond to criticism myself. We kind of went through some of the examples, but I would say my major gripe with your content or how you specifically respond to people is it comes across to me that if the person in question is someone you don't respect, you don't really take their positions to heart.
You stole my swing from me. I was gonna say, no, I wouldn't go quite that harsh to be clear, but what I was gonna say, Anthony, you would agree? Would you agree if because this was when I watched the video, this is my read, right? You feel that LitDev made a video that, in your estimation, was the content of which kind of dragged and you felt repeated itself a lot, and to boot, he also said some things about you that you didn't feel were necessarily accurate, so you didn't particularly feel predisposed to okay, I'm going to sit down and agonize over this for you just what did this guy really mean? You just kind of went with your intuitions on a lot of things, and then not saying that that's a bad thing to do, by the way. People do this shit all the time. I do
wouldn't
this
say
a
it's
lot.
necessarily true. I think my issue with it was it didn't actually address what I was talking about.
Okay.
I felt my big issue was a response doesn't have to be nice. It could be harsh. It could be blunt. I don't dish out what I can't take, in my opinion. I don't say anything to anyone that I myself couldn't hear myself someone say to me.
Okay.
I think that's the only way to do it. People I think who are too sensitive. A lot of people are too sensitive to criticism who love to dish it out, and that's not. And I think that's unfair to everyone else. I think that I told him the same thing I would tell myself if I saw the same video. That his points just weren't clearly focused on a singular thing. The thing that offended me the most about his video isn't that he was mean to me. That's incidental. I don't care about that. It wasn't that it was necessarily long either. Long is fine. I made longer videos than this. The problem was the focus. That's what pissed me off. Because it's one thing if it's long. I make long videos too. Long man isn't bad. Long man just might not focus on what the point.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. It's not the length, it's how you use it. You have so much time in a video to make a message, right? You have so much time. And for someone who spent so much time talking about structure and story structure and the 5-act structure and all that, hero's journey and save the cat, the video felt deeply unstructured. It felt very rambly, and it kind of beleaguered its own points. And again, in a conversation like this stream, we're going to beleaguer our own points by nature of talking. That's not the same thing. Yeah. A debate, a discussion, a podcast, whatever. That's the point where you can ramble a little bit because it's off the cuff. But in a scripted, edited video, you need to focus. You need to hone in on the ideas. You need to get to the counter and to say simply, I'm responding to you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just moving in a direction with this. Because you mentioned before that you said that he wasn't really necessarily disagreeing with my point of about Hearts of Darkness. He was just extrapolating. I'm like, okay, well, what's the value in that? What are you trying to say? How is it a response? Because again, the core thesis is that I do not appreciate the mechanics of artwork, right? That I don't understand or value the mechanics that go into a creation of a work, and therefore cannot truly understand its process. how does anything he said further his thesis, and how does anything he say actually contradict what I said? Because in that context, you need to contradict what I'm talking about, because you have to prove me the incompetent one. But if all you're doing is just making side points alongside what I said, you're not really showing I don't understand it. That's my issue with it. If you're going to criticize me, you got to deconstruct what I'm talking about. You got to go, okay, this asshole said this, here's why he's wrong, here's why I'm right. You know, very direct. Otherwise, it's like, and like he gets to it later, like 50 minutes in, but like even those points I thought weren't effective. It just bothered me how much I was waiting to hear like, okay, here's the point where he finally tells me what I did wrong, and I can like get some gleaming of meaning from this that's valuable. And instead it just felt like it was a rambling sort of, it didn't make me sound wrong. And that annoyed me, because I liked what we've been doing so far. I've enjoyed that. It's a back and forth. We're going, okay, well, here's your point. Oh, here's my point in response. And we're engaging. We're going back and forth. What he did was he played the video, took a pre-planned lecture he had himself already, and went off on a language. I'm reading the chat while speaking. I'm sorry. Went off on a tangent. Went off on a language. That's what happens. You glance at chat, you see the words on it. It's terrible. You went off on a tangent, and it didn't really connect ever to what I was talking about. The part about, for example, the whole thing, the whole 10-minute spiel on the X-Men. I'm like, I just showed an out of context clip. Granted, the criticism there is, was this clip have to do with your point? Why is this Eric July clip here? That's the response. Like, what value does this have? This is stupid. Why is it there? That's the response. Yeah. But instead he went on this big tangent about X-Men, and I'm like, but none of this has anything to do with the video you're responding to. And to me, that was like, where's the value in this? Like, if you want, he already made a video on X-Men on that same topic. I've watched it on a live stream one time. It's like, you know, if you're gonna just repeat your own points, make another video essay about the X-Men. It doesn't have to be a response to mine. It didn't need to be that. It didn't actually address anything I said. And so I'm just waiting the whole time, waiting. And I wrote like pages of notes. And I realized after finishing the video, like, most of these notes are worthless, because none of them apply to what I'm talking about. None of them apply to what we're talking about here. That's what annoyed me. It was such a waste of my time. That's what drove me crazy about it, because I'm like, I'm watching and going, okay, when do you do the thing where you tell me I'm wrong? And 15 minutes in, they kind of get to that point, but it's like, it just seemed to beleaguer, oh, why didn't you talk about this thing I mentioned? Well, because it wasn't relevant to my point. It didn't matter to what I was talking about. That's why I can't include you. It's not a response to your whole argument. It's a response to this specific slice of your argument. And it's like, well, because you can't expect someone, unless it's a response to a specific video, to go, here's every point they make. And I didn't expect you to do that with my video. I don't expect anyone to do it with my video. You can't expect them to cover every single component outside of a live stream. And even then I don't expect it, because people like to yap, you know? But it felt like he was just spiraling and like never really found the concrete that would matter in my discussion. And that deeply irritated me. The lack of ever coming to the head, where it's like, okay, here is the thing. Instead, it was talking about abstract philosophies and the hero's journey and Joseph Campbell, and I'm like, dude, just fucking tell me what I did wrong. Fucking grade the paper, you know, at a certain point. Mark it up. Tell me tell me where the issues are, you know? Because otherwise, I'm like, what is the value of all this discussion? And that irritated me so deeply, you know, ultimately.
Okay. He just need a timestamp to say, this is my video essay that's unrelated to Ant.
Yeah.
Here's my response to Ant, his arguments to me.
Yeah, like that would have helped.
That's your major gripe of the video.
Yeah, if he did that, I would be 80% less annoyed with it. But instead, I'm like, everything was blurred together, and it was like, and even when he did address my points, he did it in a really roundabout way, where I'm like, this doesn't. It felt, you know what it felt like? The word I'm looking for, really, it felt like it was masturbatory. is the word I'm ultimately thinking of. It felt like a lot of it did.
So
It felt a lot. It
gratifying.
felt like he was just wanking himself off to make
Gooning.
himself a bigger deal.
No.
And I'm like, really? You just. I don't want to sound like gross or anything like that, but I'm like, come on, man, just stop getting in your own way. You know, stop interrupting yourself. Well, you could make a better argument.
Yeah, well, if I could just give my like honest
Go for it,
perceptions on it, you could have like just like the way I see it, like you have every right to not care about like that portion of the video, but you can also consciously choose to not address it at all and just address the points that are directly addressing you.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah. And I feel as though when you just include all that and you don't really care to engage with it, because you do say you don't care about what he's saying a lot of times in your video.
Yes.
Like to me, that kind of like proves like his point a bit when he makes the comparison with you and Tyler somewhat, right? Because he's saying, oh, like Tyler does like only cares about the conclusion. He cares about the main point, but he doesn't care about the like the journey, like he doesn't care about like the path to get there. So that's what I'm thinking. He said you don't like, you just want to get to the point, and that's what you said. You just want to get to the point. You don't really want to like engage with his point, like with his whole video thoroughly.
You see, I would, if we're using the metaphor of the menu, I would neither compare myself to Tyler or the chef. I would compare myself to Anya Taylor-Joy.
I would too. I
just want a good burger. I don't care about this pretentious bullshit. Just give me what I need to feel nourished. That's made with warmth and specificness and focus. That's honest. Real honesty, not like this pretentious self-aggrandizing bullshit. Just give me get to the brass of it all, And that was my ultimate criticism of the video, Yes, I could have avoided that and gotten right to the point, but that wouldn't have been honest to my response to the video. Yeah. I could have been nice, but I will say this. I treated Literature Devil no more harshly. In fact, even less harshly than I would do myself if I made something like that. In fact, I think I would be more aggressive to myself. I think it's a fair thing for that, I would say. I have never treated any human being in the world a way I wouldn't treat myself first.
So you don't think the the segment you included in your video, like dedicated towards Literature Devil, justify like the amount of time and effort he put into your video? No,
not in the least. I think Literature Devil, his content is all about responding to other people. His video essays involved taking quotes from Mary Sue McConaughey, whatever her name is, Kelly Sue McConaughey, like a random quote of hers, and making an entire hour-long video about it. I spent 4 minutes talking about him, if that. He spent an hour and a half in response. I think, in general, I cited him as an example. I didn't cite him as a focus. I wasn't saying he specifically was the example of everything I'm talking about. I just said he is an example of this specific type of criticism that supplants the original in your mind. And I used the example right there. And ironically enough, his argument against me was that I didn't talk about him supplanting the original more. It's like the core section that he drew an issue with was that I said his criticism supplanted the original. And he got mad I didn't talk more about him supplanting the original. Well, that would have proven my point further, ironically. It's not about listening to whether or not you have a good fan fiction or not. It's about in my opinion, criticism that's weak is designed to make you forget what actually happens, because it's taking the movie out of faith, or taking the book out of good faith and recontextualizing it. And he never really addressed that. He just didn't like how he didn't show how he would do it differently. So ultimately, he took an argument about me saying he supplanted the media and said, why didn't you show me supplanting it more? Which proves he didn't understand my point with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to embarrass the guy too much with that, but I'm like, essentially what he was saying was, why didn't you prove your point harder with more examples of me doing the thing you just said I did? it's one of those things where I look at that and go like, I don't think he understood why I talked about him at all in that video. I think he just thought, oh, I'm being mean to him. But like, no, I'm giving an example and you're actually reinforcing my example with your response. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if I phrased that well enough to communicate that clearly, but that's the issue with it.
I think the example is gonna not to I don't want to turn this into the Star Wars stream. We can do that another time.
Oh,
but,
yeah, no.
The example of him is gonna cut less ice with us because I would say we are predisposed towards his favor when it comes to criticisms of Rey.
Yeah.
So
the specific stuff,
that's like a whole tree we would have to go down. But like I get where you're coming from if that's your perspective. Or whatever.
Yeah. Just to articulate your position.
No, of course, go for it.
You think Rey is a better written character than Luke? Is that your perspective? Because I don't want to characterize.
God, no.
I don't think so.
I think Rey's almost a nothing character. I don't think.
Okay.
I think the problem with Rey is that she's bland. I don't think she's a Mary Sue. I don't think anything like that. I think she was created to fit a formula, one that Lit Devil actually pushes very hard. The hero's journey. She was designed entirely to fit the hero's journey formula, and I didn't actually. I wish they got more creative with her. But then again, I think all the protagonists of Star Wars are not nearly as interesting as the side characters, with the exception of Darth Vader. And even then, Anakin, I think, is only interesting in the Clone Wars, Revenge of the Sith, and obviously the main timeline. The original, during the Empire. I think none of these characters. I think none of the protagonists are particularly interesting compared to Han Solo or Chewie or Leia or like Luke is fine, but he's not.
I really like him in the first two, but I do think it's always worth whenever people say like, oh, I find it funny because I've had the conversation with them. I was like, oh, you're not a real Star Wars fan with a certain someone. But it's like, I guess I'm not. I think there's two good ones of the lot, in terms of what I would consider like actually really good movies.
Yeah. And even looking at the sequel trilogy, you got Finn, who's a stormtrooper who's breaking through your conditioning. You got Poe, who's like an elite pilot and also has a history with dealing drugs or whatever. And then you have Rey, who's there. She's there. It's like of all the three characters, two of them have so much more interesting elements. It's in Star Wars, the main character is always the weakest link. Like in my opinion, I think that's the one where I'm like, okay, come on, let's look at the cool Wookiee. That's way more interesting than like
the world building.
I think the Gulp Shittos are way more interesting than your main heroes in all Star Wars. And it's not just Rey. It's all of them, collectively.
I think,
yes. So would you say that the main problem with the sequel trilogy was like J.J. Abrams setting up the mystery box storytelling only to completely shit the bed when he actually had to deliver?
You know what? There's a few problems with the sequel trilogy. I go into it in my Last Jedi. Yeah. I go into it with my Last Jedi video more of my specific issues, but to make it concise, because I know for a fact if I got you on Star Wars, you're not going to shut up about it for the next 5 hours. So I'm going to keep it concise to focus the point. I think the big issue with the sequel trilogy is it was a follow-up to the prequels. Everything comes from that. Because the prequels were so creative, but ultimately so unrewarding, I think is the best way of putting it. I think I've said this before a few times, the sequels are a great idea told poorly. Not sequels, the prequels are a great idea told poorly, I'm sorry. And the sequels are an all right idea told flashily. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's all a lot of sound and fury, but it signifies nothing. I think Last Jedi is the most interesting because it has the most to say. But what is Force Awakens saying? It's saying Star Wars is back, and here's more Star Wars. What does Rise of Skywalker say to the audience? It's like, Star Wars is wrapping up, and now we got to finish it. But it's not really saying anything about life, about dealing with failure, about, following your dreams and pursuits. It's not really about anything. Last Jedi is about something. That's why it's the most interesting one to discuss. That's why even if you hate the sequel trilogy, the only one you talk about really is the Last Jedi, because there's stuff to talk about with it. And in my opinion, an interesting failure is vastly better than a boring success. And I think my biggest issue with the Force Awakens is it's a boring success. It does exactly what J.J. Abrams wanted to accomplish with it. But the problem is his ambition was just to make Star Wars come back again. And that's not enough. It's not enough like a decade on to feel excited about it. He was just following formula. And that's what irritates me the most about Lich Devil's insistence that we have to follow the hero's journey. You have to follow the formula. The formula is what I think is the biggest weakness of The Force Awakens. It's not Rey being a Mary Sue, because I don't think that's the case. I think the problem is it just didn't do anything really exciting.
Well, so I would this will be the final Star Wars, I promise. But like, no, sorry. As what I was going to say with the formula, and because we kind of touched on it at the start, and to circle back to that, because I don't think having the formula and not having the formula is the problem. I think it's how you execute it. So I would, because funny enough, I've had this conversation with my girlfriend, because listen, I'm a Muller fan. She's a Anthony Grimuglia fan. All right,
there you go. I accept that.
We're the ever tragic tale of star-crossed lovers. All right.
Oh God, it's tragic. It's a tragic. I have a fan. It's horrible. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
No. I'm just kidding. No, the thing I was going to get into though is because I was talking to her about it, and I was thinking, and obviously she is very much on the Rey's not a Mary Sue. I was very much on the. I think she is, but I think the way she is not. It's not in the sense that people often talk about. I think you're completely on the money, and I think people are not wrong when they're like, Rey is like your lab-grown, we want to make a hero's journey character. But the problem is the discipline isn't behind her, and it's also, the nature of that story is we need to up the stakes, up the spectacle, we need to really be bombastic in both Force Awakens and TROS, and to an extent, I would say to an extent TLJ as well, but I would agree TLJ has more, in a sense, substance, like you described. There's certainly more of a stronger thematic through line there, at the very least. And it's like, so Rey has to be hyper accelerated on a hero's journey because we're doing 3 characters from the get-go. We're not so really slowly establishing them. We need to get the cameos in. We need to do this. We need to do that. So fuck it. She's like. First scene with Kylo, fuck, we're out of time. Okay, fine, yeah, she like out-mind tricks him or whatever. And then final fight, just have the fucking planet crack apart. Who gives a shit, right? Like, we just need to get this moving into the next movie. We need to close this out in a bombastic fashion with fucking Starkiller Base and everything, right? So it's like, it's all of those things. And then you obviously have the things like, oh, she can lightning a Star Destroyer out of the sky, which is just like an insane increase in power level. That is clearly just there, I think, for spectacle, right? Same with like
I don't think any of us are gonna argue with you that the Rise of Skywalker's rapid creative choices are rushed. I think my issue with Force Awakens is a pretty good first act that establishes all the pieces in place.
I agree. Yeah,
it's the second act that is the squishy bit that doesn't quite come together all that much, and it leads to a third act where events happen that don't feel as satisfying as they would without a stronger second act. You look at the second act of A New Hope. You have all these character moments where they're able to be challenged, whereas with Force Awakens, the second act is like they go from one place to another. Really, that's what happens. They just go from point A to point B, and they get into a fight that leads into Act 3. And that's really all the events that challenge the characters to change. And I think that's where the big issues come in. If they had a second act where there was... Because you have the spectacle like, oh, they have an alien on the ship, and they're running around the ship. I'm like, well, what choice did the character have to make?
Yeah.
Well, where they decide something. Like, where they... The first act has decisions. The third act has decisions. But the second act, they don't... They kind of railroad it a little bit. And it's not really this... Even the choice Finn makes to leave gets negated because he doesn't leave. Seconds after he makes that choice, he has to do a fight scene. So there's no meaningful decision the characters have to make.
And the thing is, with Rey as well, it's I've had this this conversation with many people many times, obviously. But one of the things that I always say as a joke, and it's like, it's in the camp of, oh, what would I do to improve this character? Unironically, I would have Rey like and it's a very minute element of like, but like her combat, for example, right? Like, just have her fucking pocket sander guy, right? Like, we're setting her up as like a survivalist person, will do whatever it takes. So like, yeah, have her fight dirty, have her do shit like that. But she's just it's very clear they wanted her to be, again, like Luke version 1.5, in terms of the arc.
I think with my interpretation of Rey that I've mentioned a few times, she lives on a desert planet. She's like trained to fight in the streets, basically. It would have been better if her style was dirty. Like if she had a dirty fighting style.
Yep, exactly.
She's like, where she has pocket sand or she's like slamming elbows in people's faces. That's why Lit Devil's approach to like, no, give her a mentor and give her all these formal stuff. Like, no, make her scrappier. Make her like more rough. Have her like have like a freaking hidden knife in her pocket or something that she stabs someone with. Like make her grungier, make her like dirty and like crass even. That'd be more interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, and in return, like she can be like distrustful of people as she's reliant on her own personal abilities, and like that's it develops like an arc of her like becoming friends with like the cast that would eventually become her friends.
The payoff in TLJ of your parents were no one, I actually don't hate that payoff in concept. It's just everything henceforth leading up to it. That was like I don't feel
love that idea. I think it's a great idea because I think Star
really
Wars
cool.
fans romanticize.
It's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I think Star Wars fans were. That's the most devastating answer a character can hear. That you don't matter. You never mattered. Why are you even bothering to try? Like it's the most devastating thing a character can hear, and it forces them to totally reevaluate, and it forces them to make choices. Again, Last Jedi, you can say whatever you want about it. The movie forced the characters to make decisions that move the plot along. The weakest part of the story is the railroading section in the casino. That's the weakest link because it's the choices are made for them, and they're just kind of going through the motions. Every other part of the movie, the characters have to decide on something, and those decisions push along the narrative to some degree. It's an active plot, whereas The Force Awakens and Rise of Skywalker, they're very passive plots. So, you look at it that perspective. Again, these are criticisms that you don't get if you boil it down to, the archetypes don't fit the story. It doesn't follow the hero's journey perfectly. No, you got to look at the mechanics, the gears at play. In my opinion, anyway. I'm not sure if everyone agrees with that, but I think it's beneficial to know that.
Yeah. Well, I agree with what you were saying before, that a better Star Wars story would be just following some random guy or gal like in the universe and like seeing how they navigate it. Mm-hmm. But that to me sounds more compelling than just like, we get another like the same like a Luke Skywalker story, just repackaged.
But the funny thing is, they made that story you're describing. It's called Andor.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything I just said, that's Andor. Scruffy.
Brilliant. It's incredible.
It's great, and that works. It's a scruffy guy who does whatever he can to survive. Freaking Andor. That's right. That has a pocket knife right there. That's it right there in terms of characterization.
Because I just think this is and that's the problem. What you said with the perspective certainly that was outlined in TFA of like it can't exist past brand iconography in a sense, because like it's. Because now everyone has established conventional notion of like, it's lightsabers, fights and shit like that. It's Jedi. It's like, man, in the first, there's like arguably one fight with a lightsaber in the first movie.
Yeah, they touch tips basically.
and then there's a second one in the second movie, and Luke loses that fight. So it's like, why do we need to have like a lightsaber fight immediately? It's just like, and then the fucking the scene of I'm watching this movie and I'm getting immersed into what you said with the Act 2 being the quote unquote low point in more ways than one, where like it gets softer. It's like, for me now that I if I have a God forbidden reason have a mind to rewatch that movie, it's like the scene where Han shows up after I'm spending all of this time with these new characters that have potential. I'm like, man, that's like patient zero of everything that's wrong with this franchise now.
I think the problem is it was too safe until it wasn't safe, and then it got too safe again. That's the big issue. Okay. I think whenever I hear Literature Devil talk about Star Wars, it's just adhering to formula more, and I'm like, yeah, but let's look to see what specific elements took you out of the film, like scene by scene by scene. Let's not say like, it has to follow some mythical, nebulous structure. Because, people in chat were talking before about writing scripts following the structure of Save the Cat, following the hero's journey more loyally. And it just results in more sameness, more safeness. I want to see them challenged a little more, personally. And we're describing all that, essentially. But I think that's why I think it's such a tricky discussion, And also then the trick becomes, how do you balance what you wish the film was versus how effectively the film communicated its idea? Because like it or not, the film did exactly what J.J. Abrams wanted it to. The problem is it wasn't as effective as a different idea could have been, or what the franchise needed maybe at that time or in hindsight, or to set it up for success. But it was exactly the film J.J. Abrams wanted to make, perfectly adhering to his vision. The problem is you don't like his vision, and that's where it's a tough thing to do as critics. Do you criticize the movie for being bad? Well, it functions exactly as intended. It's just not what we want. And that's where it gets so tricky, That's where the whole discussion gets a little more nebulous. Not saying anyone's wrong, but I'm just saying it's more nebulous,
Yeah, which is, well, that harkens back to that, it's Star Wars a little bit. It's like that understanding I think a lot of people have when, the good old objective word is thrown around, where again, objective doesn't mean true or definitively 100% correct. It means measurable, like to a standard, right?
Yeah, quantifiable.
And if our standard, and this would certainly be mine, and I think Kino's standard as well, is how much do I think this movie, this plot or these character arcs I think are working on a structural level. That's like where my analysis is going to differ from someone. Well, let's just see what was the thematic focus of this movie, and how well do I think it realized it in a certain way, right? Because we're going to come with completely different answers. It's like if I'm doing, I'm doing maths and you're doing like biology, right? Not non-quantifiable biology.
I think I got a super chat. I think it's directed towards Ant. It's a bit of a. Like, do you want to hear it? Like,
I'll probably play some super chats after this point of the conversation too. But what's let's hear it. I'm sure it's harsh. Let's do it.
$5. Anime problem 1070. The hero's journey isn't a formula you dolt. That's not what the hero's journey is about. Your inability to understand shows your shallowness. He said swallowness, but I assume shallowness is what.
Yeah, swallowness is good. I'm guessing swallowing things now too. The hero's journey is a formula. Ultimately speaking, that's just what it is. All elements of story structure are a formula. You put these points into the mix in a certain sequence, it comes out with an end product. That's a formula. The problem is, if you adhere to the formula perfectly, or if you're like the average Italian cook and you say, oh, you can throw in some spice, some herbs, some seasoning here and there, put a little extra tomato sauce in, whatever it might be. You play around with it a little bit. You put a little funkiness in there. You don't follow the formula strictly. You kind of mix in some other elements.
That kind of goes against my perception of Italian restaurants, because I've seen videos of people doing some funny stuff, messing with the formula, and you get a very
snapping
very
spaghetti.
Italians. Yes, like using scissors to cut spaghetti is one of them. But
okay. Don't speak such evil in this house. All right. Don't there's no cutting spaghetti here.
Flies in the house of God.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I want you to say 5 Hail Marys as your priest, and no, but you ever have an Italian grandma cook for you? They don't have a cookbook. I'm just telling you right now, there's no formula for the Italian grandma that makes perfection every day. But no, I do want to say it is getting a little late. I do have a son to put to bed, so I want to read some super chats, and if you don't mind, maybe we can get to final thoughts soon after that.
Was it? Yeah,
sure.
And I'm not being rude. It's because my son is.
No, you're not. That's
fine.
That's
fine. That's fine. I had just one more thing anyway.
No, okay. I'm just gonna play supers real quick. Let them play out, and if you hear them, have a thought about them, don't hesitate to respond.
Yep, how's it going?
DW super chatted $2. Would you that we need more artists in the world?
Yes, more artists are good. Absolutely agree with that.
Dagger super chatted $10. One thing I think is important to distinguish is the reason someone determines some art is apolitical says more about their politics than the politics of the artist.
That's very true. Apolitical art is always political. It disagrees with your politics typically.
Fred Skull super chatted $4.99. Achebe is saying that the world sees Africa as a monoculture,
Yes.
and that perception has historically been informed by novels like Heart of Darkness.
100%. Totally agree with that.
Fred Skull super chatted $1.99. British guys shaming Achebe for being offended.
Sorry for that. But yeah.
DW super chatted $2. Marvel's Avengers or Washington, D.C.'s Justice League.
Washington, D.C.'s Justice League.
Fred Skull super chatted $4.99. Gentlemen, it's okay to like and value Heart of Darkness and also agree with Achebe's take on it.
100%.
It doesn't make you racist to like the book.
100% agree with that. Does not at all.
Larry Banks super chatted $20. Long man isn't bad because of how long a video or stream is. It's the bloat of saying so much in an unstructured way that the point gets lost from tangents and rambling that it's wide as an ocean but deep as a puddle.
100% agree with that. That's completely correct, I think.
Stingertopia super chatted $50. I feel like Lid Devil was trying to, as you put it, sound smart, right? He was not clear about his points nor his evidence on his points. Half the time to only agree with you after sometimes explaining in more detail, but more often explained worse.
Exactly. That was my big issue with his video. Well, one of them anyway.
Scorpion Wolf super chatted $2. Same issues I have with Rei I have with Kirito.
I would argue Rei's a better protagonist than Kirito, but that may be debatable. I'm not sure.
Larry Banks super chatted $20.
I'm inclined to agree,
the
but that's like,
trilogy had the
you know,
issues of
low
being
standards.
censored to go back to what the OT was
Yeah.
due to how hated the PT
Yes,
was and how there wasn't
exactly.
someone that takes the helm and just hand it to different directors with different
Yep.
visions.
That's the big issue there. Oh, and Kyla has the best sequel for Star Wars
Kyla
pitch.
T super chatted $5. Once again a spin-off of the bar from the Star Wars Christmas
Yep.
special. I know we can't do B. Arthur, but like her daughter who runs it now.
Dragon B. Arthur's daughter, and let's get that bar back and running for the holiday special. 100% agree with that. Yeah, I think we need more holiday special canonicity in modern Star Wars. I think it's necessary. I think it's time to be brave again and bring back the holiday special.
We actually,
we had
real quick.
Yeah,
We had the other night we had your
number one fan,
arch nemesis on stream. And he said that
yeah, exactly.
he said that like a Disney Star Wars special or holiday. The Star Wars holiday special, is more canon than Andor. It's small. Well, it's small canon. It's small canon. It's small canon. It happened. It happened.
More canon than Clone Wars. It's more canon than Clone Wars.
Of course it is.
You need to get that one in there.
Yeah.
Of course it is. What else would it be? Oh, he'll never change. It might be a sad thing, but anyway, it is getting a little late, so I do want to give some final thoughts. I don't want to rush you or anything like that, but my son is probably going to fill the house with poop if I don't get to him soon. So I personally feel this has been very constructive. I think it's good to. I think this is an example of a case where, even though I don't know if I've convinced you of even a fraction of my points, at least you're able to listen to it in a way that you can actually hear what we're talking about, not because I think, again, the algorithm freaking pits people again. I was saying this to Manga Common too when I had my debate with him, and I've said it since to him as well. I believe the way the internet works is it encourages attacks on other people. And I'm not at all. I try to do it now to elevate discussion around the media as opposed to just attack people. But it could be very toxic. So I'm glad we took the chance to just speak about it in person. And again, the invite is out to Lit Devil too, if he ever wants to. But he won't because he refuses to. But that's okay. No one is ever entitled to these kinds of things, but I do appreciate you taking the time. I think it's really beneficial in general to this discussion. But again, I feel like you have different takes on this debate than I do, so I'll let you both say your piece as well.
Yeah. Can I go first, Jan?
Yeah, by all means, no problem. It's later for you than for me.
Yeah, so I think people's takeaways on this debate are going to be subjective, like you said, and I think some people are going to say, well, they didn't really challenge each other. Well, I think we did. I think we did challenge each other a considerable amount. We just didn't really, it just didn't devolve into a shouting match and just like accuse the other side of being things like it's just like gay into circular
I'm so sorry,
reasoning.
I forgot to pause supers. I'm so sorry.
Terminal
Two coming in real quick.
Sanity
I'll pause
super
after this.
chatted $5.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we all agree that biggest consistent issue with the sequel SW trilogy that all main characters were underwritten?
Yes, 100% agree with that. They're all underwritten. It's a problem.
All right, are you good now?
Once
Larry
pause
Banks
one more.
super chatted $20.
Okay, go ahead.
Like had JJ just made TFA and Ryan either did the other two films, or if JJ had the entire trilogy would have been more receptive due to a consistent tone and JJ wouldn't have to rush EP9 die to Colin leaving the production.
Yep, 100% agree with all of that. The freaking way those films were filmed is the biggest issue against them. I'm so sorry. Now you can go. I forgot to pause. I would have paused. I thought they would pause. They weren't. As you were. I'm so sorry. And they're paused now, so we're good. No interruptions.
Yeah, no problem. Like I said before this debate, I wanted to keep it respectful. I wanted to keep it civil. I didn't want us to be at each other's throats, and I think I kept my word. I still don't like. I don't think Ant really convinced me about a lot of his positions, but I do think he has shown that he is a bit more self-reflective than I originally thought with his video. And even if we have some disagreements, I can at least say. I respect him for wanting to have a debate over my response to his video, his willingness to hear me out. So yeah, props off to Ann for that.
Absolutely. And again, I don't expect to ever. Debates are always tough because you can't really force someone to see the way you see it. You have to, but and even then, whatever. But I think it's good to just at least have discourse about it. It's not like divulging into throat whipping. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have no formal debate experience whatsoever. So yeah.
No, I just have. You know what I have? I have experience at an Italian dinner table trying to be heard. That's my experience.
Thanksgivings are probably rough.
I have freaking like double-digit aunts and uncles. So yeah, they could be a little tricky.
Yeah. For my part, I would also, when it comes to constructive, I think people are going to say it wasn't constructive because it didn't evolve into a shouting match, which is not the particular brand of approval I'm looking for when it comes to debate or discussion. I think the problem with many online debates is, in fact, the entire thing devolves into an attempt to showboat and demonstrate performatively that your idea is the better one. I think it's much more productive to have conversations like this where I think both sides try to listen to understand, and even if we didn't do the initial even if we didn't go through the actual video, which there was a fair bit of jabs there. I'm not gonna shy away. I've made jabs about you in the past myself, but ultimately it's good to know all of your positions and have them fleshed out like this, and I certainly do think that you are. I certainly believe the self-criticism part. If you're able to take stock of your work as you did with that initial video, and reflect and improve upon it in future, which I think is valuable. And my only hope is that. I don't know. I said something valuable over the course of this, I suppose.
No, I say you certainly have. Again, the thing ultimately is, I think with debate, the question is who are you trying to convince? The audience, most likely, not each other. But also, B, I think it's better to have a more civil discussion than the freaking I don't know. I personally find what was the one debate? I don't want to distract too much because I do have to take care of my son. Neglectful father here, clearly here. But I think back to the was the Act Man Andy Pants gaming debate, the whole what actually did they even discuss? Really think about it. What? The whole thing was. Granted, the Act Man did a whole did his whole thing, but neither of them really said anything of merit. They just had personal insults. It's okay, well, what's the value in that? Is that really your A game you bring into a discussion? You're not going to engage with the ideas. You're going to freaking, I don't know. To me, I find that more frustrating than anything else.
the way that it's often described is listening to argue versus listening to understand.
Yeah.
Equally, I don't suppose, and I never really thought the point of this exercise really was to for you to convince me about Rey Skywalker, or whatever.
No. I think it's more just seeing my eye on
it. Present perspectives and understand which is in and of itself, I would describe that because I was having this conversation with Kino a few days back in reference to honest storytelling, and my description was always the way to assure honest storytelling is to try to have a firm understanding of why people hold positions that you don't necessarily yourself hold. And I think that for the purpose of something like that, I think conversations like this are very valuable, and I think that's more productive than trying to shout over people in the blood sports gladiatorial internet arena, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. And besides, if you really want blood sports, that's what my video uploads are for, not formal debates. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing else. It's so funny because unironically, when I first was watching your videos, I was like, oh, this guy's kind of an asshole. And then randomly, I think is when we were watching your response to Shadiversity, which you streamed, and I was like, wait, this guy's like normal.
Yeah, it's very funny how that works out. People have different responses to different things. I try to be very straightforward and focused, but in general, I don't enjoy making people upset. I'd say what I say, and I'll be blunt about it. Again, New Jersey, it's a very different place than the rest of the world, where I like to think people from New Jersey are kind, but doesn't mean we're nice. You know what I mean? Kindness and niceness are two different things. And I think it reflects in my personality, I think. But again, I don't know. I don't know if it means anything. I'm just spitballing there. Who knows? Anyway.
That makes sense. I certainly prefer that to the there's certain other people on the internet who make God of War Ragnarok reviews and then they stream it, and it's it's an interesting experience hearing what they have to say about Sonic characters. Not naming names. If you know, you know.
I feel like now when you said the Sonic characters part, I'm like, oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, wait, maybe actually. Actually, now you're saying that. All right. Well,
you think you know?
I think I do. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off here and say goodbye to my chat, but I want to just thank you again for both taking the time to discuss this. It means
no problem.
It's I think it's a really good discussion, and if you ever want to do it again, let me know. We can arrange something.
I am more than happy to talk about medias all day long. So.
Sounds good to me. All right. I'm going to leave you leave your chat and say goodbye to my chat for a second. So take care, everyone. Oh, take care, you guys. Right. And then, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Take care, Ant.
Yeah. Take care. Thanks
Have
so
a good
much.
one.
Have a good one.
Congratulations.
Oh, shit. I left. You saying congratulations. I left the freaking thing. I clicked it right as you were saying congratulations. I'm so sorry, dude. Right as he said congratulations, I clicked the end call button. I'm so sorry, man. Sorry, man. Sorry, Kino. That was a mistake on my part. But thank you for the congratulations. I just didn't catch what you said at the end there. I'm so sorry. But thank you, everyone in chat, so much for joining. I do want to do one last thing before we go, and that's simply to say thank you so much for taking the time to listen. If you're watching the VOD, thank you again. I now have to go feed my starving child, so I will talk to you all later. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.